to mediate conflict between different gangs. We had community Church Without Walls, so they were doing community events, marches. We had North Flint Neighborhood Action Council. They were doing the cognitive behavioral therapy with the youth over at the juvenile center over on Pasadena. And then, yep, we had the Harmony Fest, which is a resource event that we host every summer. Free wraparound services and just a big community event. We also had Hurley Trauma Recovery Center, in which they provided free behavioral therapy, any resources needed for anybody that was impacted by violence. So it could be vicarious violence, or if you were directly impacted, like if we had people coming in through the trauma center that were shot, they provided those services as well.
So in this next year, how will the services look different than those? So
with the new guidelines from the DOJ, they wanted a smaller amount of entities with larger amounts of funds, because they said they call them micro grants that we were planning on giving out, but they want to see a larger impact.
So what type of commitments for outcomes did these organizations that submitted RFPs, what did they say they can deliver?
So we're looking at social and racial equity. So we have a group that's focusing on that. We have a group that's focusing on outreach. We also have a group that's focusing on bridging the gap between law enforcement and the Flint community. And then we also have people focusing on youth violence specifically.
Okay, and are those sort of four things that you just stated, are they in alignment with what we said? And maybe this is more of a Seamus question. When the grant was originally written, were those four of the tenets or pillars that we said we would be able to execute in receiving these funds as far as deliverables?
Yeah, so the way the grant was written to allow flexibility, because they knew the first year was planning. So the implementation would come out of the planning. So when we met with all the community members, like we had, and I believe Councilwoman Burns attended a couple of the meetings, and I think others attend. We have a big cohort that attends those meetings from a diverse range, from law enforcement to victims of violence to those that have served time for violence. So the implementation and what you're speaking to came out of all those meetings, and then we send that to the DOJ, and the DOJ approved that plan, so to speak.
Okay, so yes. They awarded us funds with somewhat of a commitment from us that we would come back to them on how and what we would be able to deliver.
Yeah, that's why they were specific about that first year being planning. Back then, under the Biden administration, this was the biggest money ever in the history of this. It was a huge thing in the history of the nation in this space. Okay. But they understood that you couldn't get off the ground straight away. They wanted to give that year and allowed for that year for planning.
So the one question I do have, and I think I'll be done here, is the grant period was through September 30, 2025.
Right.
Why are we just seeing it in late November?
That's a good question. So I think it was, what was that?
I said on a different system.
Yeah, by the time we had to go through everything, we didn't get approval till very late in the day. And it wasn't until I was going over some resolutions where I spotted that this had, in the be it resolved portion, had timelines in there. So we had to make sure it gets to you by the time I spotted that.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So are you working, first of all, do you have a comprehensive public safety plan?
Yes.
Where is it?
I can email it to you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And so this is for reduced violence, and are you working with the police department?
Yes.
Because I've been asking Chief Green for his comprehensive public safety plan since 2020.
So I can't speak to Chief Green, but I can speak to our office, and we do have a plan for our office, and I can email that to you.
So what are
However, when at the Community Safety Collaborative meetings, we always have a community liaison officer there. So it's everybody at the table.
So what are your, what's in it? What's in yours?
So we have
Some of your
our,
pillars of it.
we have our outcome goals, and that's stronger partnerships, expanded outreach, youth violence prevention and leadership, and then bridging the gap between law enforcement and the Flint community.
Is that it?
Yes, and then it's
Okay.
different, and then there's sub goals under that. So I can send that to you in detail, so you
Yeah,
can
if
have
you can
that.
send that, because a comprehensive one is going to deal with intervention, prevention, education, violence interrupters. It's going to make sure that we have measurables, some good plans to look for. There's Portland, Oregon with Cahoots, also Baltimore, Maryland, which had an 85% reduction with they have a very extreme comprehensive public safety plan. It's a great plan. Detroit has one. And so I think before any more of this money that has not been spent, unless you're using that, because it is very serious, and I'm looking at some of these salaries that are coming out of here, and we should have been doing way more with this. I do want to know, for the faith base, that 200,000 that did not pass, did that come out of here also?
Which 200,000?
It was 200,000, I believe, that came, 250 that went to some of the agencies, some of the churches. With that, I know you said peacekeepers, but what are some of the other organizations?
Peacekeepers, Church Without Walls, North Flint Neighborhood Action Council, Hurley Trauma Recovery Center, and then the community event.
How much is paid to peacekeepers and Church Without Walls?
I believe 35,000 for Peacekeepers, and
Each year?
no, just 1 year, and then
What
20,000
year
to
do
Church
we
Without
pay
Walls.
that? Could I get through you, Madam Chair, to the city clerk, request to have how much has been paid, where the funds were spent from this, and who did it go to, and the amount, please? Who it went to, and the amount, and what was the outcome of their services? Because we still have a gang problem. We
So
need to
I
be-
can send you their end of the year reports as well.
Yep. We need to be much more aggressive than what we're doing, because this is not enough. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? I'm going to take my time. I think that we need more information before this goes to council, so I'm going to make a motion to keep this in finance.
Support.
I heard Ms. Burns first. So this is the vote to keep resolution 250389 in finance.
Playing with us.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat. Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
Dr. Lewis.
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no. That will stay in finance. And I believe was that our last one? Yes, it was.
You got war priorities.
No, we didn't.
We didn't reconsider it.
Motion to adjourn.
There's a motion on the floor to adjourn by the councilwoman in the 7th ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
Dr. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson. Yes. The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no. We are adjourned at 7:06.
The time is now 7:06. We do not, as you can see. Read the room. The time is now 7:06 p.m. on Wednesday, November 19th. I hereby call this Governmental Operations Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin. Dr. Lewis.
Present.
Ms. Johnson? Present. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Present. Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 9 members present.
Hey, we have 9 members present. It's now time for the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery on disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. Are there any requests for agendas, changes and/or additions? Seeing as how there are no requests for changes and/or additions, it is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before this meeting begins. A box was placed at the entrance to the city council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Chris Morris is not in. Arthur Woodson is not in. David Peachy is not in. Pastor Timothy Hicks.
First off, I'd like to say good evening to the City Council and to each and every one of you. Just want to say, first off, also, thank you to Liddell Lewis, LaShawn Johnson, and to Candace Mouchette for your support and your help in our events that we've had recently and the ones that we still have coming going forward. And just want to say we've been making appeals, we've gotten approvals for funding, but still have not received a dime. And so we're just requesting whatever consideration that can be given to help us along the way, because we have exhausted all funds, but still pushing and pressing to make it happen. What we did, just to give you a recap on a couple of the events that we've just recently done, we did a trunk or treat, but we also did it with giving away coats, hats, boots, and gloves. We gave out over 700 coats, boots, and gloves to residents in the city of Flint. We also gave out candy for our trunk or treat, and then we just fed 200, almost 300 people on this past Sunday for Thanksgiving. We had Channel 12 was there, and it was open, and we thank everybody for coming, but we also had MTA to help work with us and support it by picking up residents and bringing them over to the church, and we fed them, and then they also took them back to their residence. And we've been pushing and pushing and pushing. And it's difficult when you are trying to do all you can, but don't have support. And it's sad that we have to go sometimes outside of our wards for support. And the thing of it is, we've requested even sidewalks to be put in. When they were redoing Flushing Road, we asked for the sidewalks to be done at the same time they did the streets. And the heartbreaking thing is when you are there and you go down the street every day, and you see people with motorized wheelchairs struggling to go through the grass, that's uncalled for, because they got to get pushed over into the street to drive, and then they're struggling to get them over into the street, but now they're suspected getting hit. We've had several people get hit. That shouldn't be. The only main streets we have in the city of Flint that don't have sidewalks on either side.
They won't put them over there.
And you have sidewalks going in new areas. You have sidewalks going, and they're getting paid for it.
We've had,
And I went to the mayor, asked the mayor for sidewalks. Oh, we'll do it. We'll put it on our agenda for in the spring. But that was last year, and we've gone through another whole summer, and still no sidewalks. I have people walking and trampling down our grass because there's nowhere to walk. And so also with that, we have, like I said, we have received approval on the funds, but nobody has said anything. Thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The last speaker for this meeting is LaShante Murchison.
I believe she left, so that was our final public speaker. Am I correct?
That's correct.
All right, seeing as how there are no more public speakers, it is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers, only after all public speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Madam Chair, I enjoyed myself at your event on Sunday. I love when we get back to our community and feeding the community for Thanksgiving. It was very beautiful, uplifting. I love to attend good events dealing with giving back to our community. Also, I'd like to ask Ms. Zoe Lynch to come up, please. I seen a lot of people was recognized last week for coming to council meetings, so I didn't want to leave you out because you're here faithfully and you always here and you're smiling and you just here at every meeting. So I just want to present you with this gift because you didn't receive a gift last week.
Oh,
so
that's sweet.
I just want to thank you for coming to our council meetings.
Oh, well, thank you.
And this is for you.
That's very nice.
That was nice. That was really sweet.
And I am done. I release my time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Yeah, that was very kind. Thank you, Madam Chair. That was very kind, Councilwoman Johnson. That was very kind for you to do that. I do want to say to Pastor, I know when it was passed, we only had, I think, 5 votes. That money, I know you have been meeting, I believe, with the mayor. We're not holding it up. I've asked to have it released before. They stated there was an issue where they were going to deduct a portion. I don't know if you have spoken back, when is the last time you spoke with someone in regards to getting it released? Because we did our part. It's now on their part to get it released. We're not stopping it. We passed it. I voted for it. I supported it. I don't know where it's at. You know, and it would have to be through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk. Can you do a referral to check to see where the funds are? What? Yeah. Oh, she's gonna ask us if it's being held up with some of. I know there were some who had issues with nonprofits. I don't know. I know part of what your problem was, but they were deducting that from your balance. But the balance part, I was told, would be paid. But I do think we need it in a form that it is a written form, not just through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk. If we can get that, what's a referral to find out what's being held up with their funding, because that was about 2-3 months ago that it was. Okay, well, she's going to answer. Also, regarding the sidewalks, your sidewalks have been put in. I've told you they've been put in several times. And that I put it in for them. We don't put them in. We send them as a referral to have them put in. I'll send another referral back again because I've sent it numerous times. We don't have them right there. We just never had them, but I will send another referral back in to them.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
My original plan was to come and help at your event. However, I have a niece who has moved in with me, and she works, to get her to work, it's an hour round trip. And the timing just didn't work for me to be able to help you to get her to work too. And also, I believe that when we talked last about your problems, that you were having trouble getting certified through the federal system, and that because of the shutdown, that slowed everything down. Have you just nod yes or no? Were you able to get through that process? Okay.
Well, that's his fault for going through everybody. He don't come to me. Yeah, he don't come.
Okay.
So this is why he can get
So
it
that's
done.
in the process, and hopefully that'll go soon, and that you'll be able to get your money quickly. Thank you, that's my time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during during council response? Seeing as how there's no one else who wishes to speak during council response, I will go ahead and take my time. Councilwoman Johnson, that was very nice of you because she does faithfully attend meetings. She also comes and brings good information for us and invites us to events for NAMI and keeps us posted on what's going on there. So that was very kind of you, very well deserved as well. So thank you for continuing to come and keep us posted on what's going on. To Pastor Hicks, so the issue that's going on right now, obviously, there is a bit of a slowdown in the federal government because there's been a lot of department changes and shifts on the federal level, and so staffing and everything has changed as well. I know that you are currently waiting for your SAMS.gov number, but I believe that when you came up here, you were asking if there was something else that could be done because it's through no fault of your own that you cannot obtain a SAMS.gov number. So if there's another way that we could reallocate your funding so that you could get it a different way. I have reached out to the administration, and I've made 2 suggestions. I did that today, and I do have them checking into it to see if we can do it, and if there is a solution in which it can be, the funding can be reallocated through council, they will send it down. And as you can hear, you do have quite a bit of support for the work that you are doing. So they are looking into what else we can do because the SAMS.gov number is not your fault. That, right now is not a good time to try and obtain one. And with that, I will yield my time. Moving on to the consent agenda. What is the pleasure of the body?
Move to council.
There is a motion by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward to move the consent.
Hey, Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat.
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett is not in. Ms. Priestley. You have 2 members present?
We have 2 members present. Madam Clerk, if we can, go ahead and do another roll call, please.
Okay, it is 4:38 PM, and we will redo the roll call. Mr. Alamin?
Present.
Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I need to borrow
Ms.
a
Burns? Ms. Mashat?
pen. Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
Make sure that one
You have
right,
6
'cause I
members
use
present?
mine a lot.
We have 6 members present. It is now time for the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. Are there any requests for agenda changes and/or additions? Seeing as how there are no requests for agenda changes and/or additions, thank you. It is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box was placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello? It is on. Hello, my name is R.L. Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue. For the record, Happy New Year and Merry Christmas and Happy Gobble Gobble Thanksgiving Day to all the peoples in America, especially in New York, with this election being mayor, the guy, you know who he is. But, and another thing, what about them Lions, Detroit Lions, last night? Yeah, there you go. Like, and another thing about Flint ain't too far behind, like them guys, the 3rd Ward Council lady gave them a picture, but they got to go through high school first. I think they know the ropes to keep them getting hurt before they get in the game, because you see how the popo try to break them up before they even make it to athletes and stuff. But they've been so much. And Flint to have his own football game quick too, like a professional. But anyway, but I want to say this about Grand Travelers Restaurant. We got that, and we don't have to worry about the situation in Flint, because this is the last council meeting until the new year. I mean, we going to get stuff together, but the dude, 26 years old in Canada, he holding up the game over the Dordt Highway over the water department. He got to come over and educate them 40 other people for Mr. Moore can talk English. They always jumping on Mr. Moore because he filibustering around with Chief Green holding them back, and the council lady in 7th Ward talking that stuff, then we can't hardly get nowhere because she interrupt every now and then, talking about hater, player hater, whatever she talking about, jumping on Woodson, and talking about she, anyway, enough about talking about Miss Mashat. That's just like wasting time talking about her, because she, and another thing about the 5th Ward council lady, you see, evidently, the 1st Ward guy is still here, because she made a new rule. You don't get rid of another stalemate, because the council, he got to quit on his own if he want to quit. Like last week, y'all zoning the peoples and zoning peoples out. People don't know what's going on. They said, we had a council meeting, and I see the 1st Ward is still here. Thanks to The Fifth Ward, with they really looked up, and then Tarzan talking about he might as well stay home and collect a check because he thought the First Ward was checking the check and nobody checking them until he read the rules what the Fifth Ward lady made when they tried to kick Mays out in Madam Burns. And you know, you got to follow the rules. Robert Rules Order. Welcome back, sir. First Ward, and, oh, here she come now, Third Ward. Welcome, okay. All right, stay tuned, America.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Good evening. Ms. Gurley, Attorney Gurley. It's a lot of stuff going on here in the city of Flint that isn't right. I know that you had a thing where you had to investigate for forgery about Michigan tribunal taxes. Somebody forged the signature, and nothing ever came out of that. You never brought that up front. I'm trying to figure out how do I FOIA it to try to get that information because I know it happened. Also, Neighborhood Engagement Hub. $24,000 was paid out, and the city wouldn't reimburse Neighborhood Engagement Hub for First Ward Councilman Leon Elamine because they said it was his business that got the money. So Neighborhood Engagement Hub is on the hook for $24,000 and it was all his houses done. The reason why I keep on repeating it is because I do not like the fact that Councilman Elamine is going around saying that I'm lying about what's going on at the Neighborhood Engagement Hub, when we both know that everything that I said is factual. So, either ask the city attorney, is it true? Ask the city administrator, is it true? Ask the CFO, Mr. Moore, did they reject reimbursing the Neighborhood Engagement Hub $24,000? I mean, Councilwoman Priestley is the chairperson of finance, ARPA funds, but it's good to see that the city caught it. That lets me know that the city's doing their job. I speak bad about the city all the time, so I can also speak good about something that they've done. So that leads me to believe that they are really looking into contracts that come before them because they were the ones that caught this right here. Thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Janez Jackson.
Good evening. My name is Janez Jackson. I am Kiki's mother. Good evening. My name is Janez Jackson. I am Kiki's mother. I'm going to ask again, when are y'all going to wake up? Y'all got Curious George over here, a.k.a. Leon Elamine, a.k.a. Leon Abdul Elamine. When is y'all going to wake up and get him up off this council? When is y'all going to wake up and see that he's a woman beater? When is y'all going to wake up and see that he is a child beater? When is y'all going to wake up and see that he is a predator? When is y'all going to wake up? What it's going to take for somebody to get killed, hurt? My thing is, he doing all this, you know, wait a minute, I want to back up. because the last time I seen that you was making those faces. And I did, I looked it up. You're Curious George. That's what you are, a monkey, a straight monkey. They don't have no respect for no women, no kids, nobody. And the thing is, I think you're mad because I am a strong black woman. I am Kiki's mother. I will be there every step of the way with Kiki. And then again, I want to ask you this. Did you have anything to do with Eric Bays? Since you got all these life insurance policies, you got one on my grandbaby, you got one on my daughter. I want to know who else you got one, the dog down the street. You just a sorry piece of shit. Excuse my French to everybody else, but I'm talking straight to this monkey.
Excuse me, ma'am. You have a right to voice whatever opinions you would like to voice. However, I will ask you to refrain from using vulgar language. Go ahead and start our time.
Again, I'm going to say this. Whenever you're ready to see me, like you jumped up in your seat, like you had maggots in your tail, whenever you're ready to see me, you know where I live at? I'll be sitting waiting on you. You know where I work at? I'll be sitting there waiting on you. Because you're not going to do what you did to Kiki to me. And every time a man stand up to you, you run. You a coward. You can't take the pressure. But I tell you one thing, this ain't what you want, baby. This is not what you want. And I'm going to see you.
Madam Clerk, you said that was the last public speaker?
No.
No, okay, sorry about that.
The
Next public
last-
speaker, please.
The last speaker is Diane Thornton.
Diane Thornton, Fourth Ward. I just want to let you guys know that for all those people that have donated to the Color of Law Coalition for our backpack for the homeless is being very successful. We have been out there giving the backpacks and feeding them hot meals as well. And I just want to thank everybody that has donated. And the donations are still coming in, and we're still doing the work. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank everybody that has donated and have wanted to help. And like I said, we're still taking donations because the need is real. So like I said, we have a Facebook page, and you can reach out to us that way, or the members that are here in the council at most meetings. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, you said that was the final public speaker, if I heard you correctly this time.
Yes.
I thank you. It is now time for a council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers. Only after all public speakers have spoken, an individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who wishes to speak during council response? Seeing as how there's no one who wishes to speak during council response. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Councilwoman Johnson, you have the floor.
All right, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out. Arthur Wilson, I ain't seen you in a while, welcome back. Also, we were down at Burston today. I'm just telling you things that were done in our ward today at Burston, and Clarissa Shields gave out a meal for the less fortunate, or just people just don't have because of the government shutdown. Like to thank everybody, and I was out participating in that, and it was from 11. We got done about just a little bit before 12. I'd like to thank her for just coming out and showing our appreciation to her, because she's giving back to our community, and I just appreciate it. Also, we was talking about, I guess I've got some calls on the water settlement. So I don't know where that's standing at, and I don't know who we talked to regarding that. We have calls that are coming in about that. But thanks, everybody, for showing up, and happy holidays. Happy Thanksgiving to you all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. So during the holiday season, for one, I would like to give a special thank you to Bountiful Love Ministries. That's Pastor Kevin Jones. They had a Thanksgiving meal for the community, and they were giving those meals out. Not only could you dine there, but they were packing meals for the local YMCA. So that was definitely a great deal. But I want to make sure that the community know about the other great things going on too. So the Salvation Army, they're having their community Thanksgiving meal, and it's going to be at the Salvation Army Life Center on the on Cloud Road, 1475 West Carpenter Road, Coldwater Road, and it's going to take place November the 26th. So again, let me clear that up. The Salvation Army on 1475 West Coldwater Road, and it's going to take place from 4:30 to 6:30. The doors will open at 4:30. In addition to, I want to encourage the community on Thursday to go out to Burston. We know Dante Lott, he does a lot in the community, especially with the young boys and the men. They're having a special Thanksgiving meal prepared as well at Burston, and it will take place Thursday, November the 27th, and it's going to be from noon to 3. It's going to be a free full course meal served courtesy of a partnership with Burston, Solidified, and also DJ, J Big, and some other community partners. It's good to see when we have common everyday people getting together to make a difference. This is what community looks like. It takes community to build community. So we want to thank the community for supporting the community. And also, just go out there and join them, because sitting with someone and having a meal, you never know who you would meet. You never know who life you would touch or change. So thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? All right, seeing as how there is no one else who wishes to speak during council response, I'll take some time really quickly. Thank you, Councilwoman Priestley, for allowing me to stand in your place today at Richfield Early Learning Center. We did have a really good time, so thank you for allowing me to stand in your place. They partnered with Richfield Early Learning Academy, partnered with McDonald's, and they gave out holiday meals. They also gave out turkeys. And so Councilwoman Priestley was unable to make it, so I had a chance to go over there for her. They did miss you, by the way. And so there are a lot of really great things happening in and around Flint, especially since it's holidays. The holidays are upon us, and so let's take advantage of all of the goodwill, and let's make sure that we are helping to spread it to the Color of Love ladies. Continue doing the great work that you're doing. I know that it is rather tight times for everyone, so I believe they heard the ways that they could donate, so I hope everyone does extend a donation to you in the work that you are doing. Seeing as how that is my time, I'm going to go ahead and yield the rest. That is the end of council response. We can now move on to the consent agenda. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
Make motion to send the consent agenda to council.
There's a motion to send the consent agenda to council. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Are there separations?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
250387, 250388.
Is that all?
Yeah, there's only, I think only 3 that's on there.
Yes. All right. Are there any more separations?
Madam Chair,
Excuse me, Madam Clerk.
I'm asking if someone could separate the last resolution, 250383.1, so that I can update it with the information that's missing in the blank spots.
Oh, okay, so we're gonna just so we'll do a complete separation so that we can add some information into that resolution. Absolutely, so we have a complete separation. Moving on to resolution 250387-T, which is the contract for Lurvy Construction LLC, South Building Lower Level Office Renovations, Phase 1, Department of Business and Community Services. What is the pleasure of the body? It's been a motion to move to council by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Is there support? Support. Moved and properly supported. I think I heard 6th Ward first, so moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Is there anyone who would like the floor in the first round of discussions?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Lee.
Lee, if you could please join us at the lectern.
Yeah, I am.
Hello.
Hey, Lee, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good. Just for the record, can you say your name and your position? With the
Lee
city?
Osborne, Facility Maintenance Manager.
Okay, thank you. So we did briefly talk about, and this is for the construction in that building. Can you tell me what is the scope of the work that will be done?
Lurvy is doing it. It's the flooring, ceiling, so it'll be ceiling tile, the pipe insulation is gonna get redone, the flooring is gonna get replaced, and obviously they're gonna have, get furniture and stuff like that.
Okay, and I think, and it stated it had some, was there mold or mildew from leaks before?
Correct.
Okay.
You're talking about the south building,
I'm
correct?
talking about the south, I think
Yep.
that was in,
Yep,
yeah.
yep,
And so this, I know we've had leaks because the age of the buildings.
correct.
And this one had it too. So was there a lot of mold or just limited them out into certain areas?
It was
or-
just certain areas, and we have the main pipes are running through there for the cooling system, and the insulation around the pipe has failed because it's old, so that's gonna be replaced as well when we do the project.
So is that asbestos that it's wrapped with?
No,
It's not?
nope.
Okay.
There may be a few 90s that are. I
Okay.
have a book that we have everything.
And a lot of
indicated.
people, that's the elbows, right?
Yes. Yep. So some of those are, but, we don't know how many until we get up there. I mean, I have a book that we could go through and find out how many, but. that's
Yeah, a
gonna
lot
be-
that you don't get into till you, like, say you're in there and tearing it apart.
Yes.
How long will it take?
I think they're looking at approximately like a month to do it, is what the time limit they're thinking.
Okay, because I also had questions, and we did talk about, which I appreciate you answering those questions about the police station, and then also the women's, I hate to call it locker room.
Locker room, it is.
But,
Yep, that's what it
Yeah.
is. That's coming up. I think it's gonna be on your next meeting, should be there to get that redone.
okay, because I want to make sure all of our, and you and I did discuss, with the age of the building, that it's got issues, all of them.
Yep.
And I think someone had talked about, we don't really hear about what's the fire station. Is that the same too?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
And we are redoing some of that. There's gonna be one coming up for the kitchen, to get some kitchens done for the
Is that
fire.
number one?
No, that's gonna be on the agenda, but that's not coming up yet. We're doing
Okay.
6, I think 6 is next.
Okay, okay. All right, thank you.
All right, no problem. Thanks.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like the floor, this is the roll call vote for Resolution 250387-T, which is the contract Lurvy Construction LLC South Building Lower Level Office Renovations, Phase 1, Department of Business and Community Services. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. Resolution 250387-T moves to council. Moving on to Resolution 250388-T, Metron Farnier LLC, purchase of water meters, water service center. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair. Motion to
Councilwoman
send
in
to
6th Ward.
council.
There's been a motion to send to council by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward, supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Is there a discussion in the first round? Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, through you to Mr.
He is here.
Mr. Jiggy.
You get jiggy with it.
Did you find anything out as far as the warranty or any kind of chargebacks we can have to the existing provider for me?
Yes, I did. The warranty is 5 years. It's a 20-year warranty on the battery and
Okay.
the Badger meter, but on the physical part,
It's 5.
it's a 5-year against workmanship or actual structure damage, like it won't fail.
Sure. So the ones that we're replacing, I think you brought exhibit for the class, huh?
Yes, we brought some show and tell for you. This is the Badger meter with the long cord. I mean, it's
Okay.
probably 8 foot long.
Yeah, I think that's what I have in my house, yeah.
Yeah, we're having connectivity issues with that.
Okay.
Where we have to go in and try and find a place where it'll connect. And we're finding that these cables are being cut. Or you can disconnect it here.
Okay.
So we're finding them disconnected or cut.
Okay, so what happens if it's disconnected or cut? Like,
There's no connectivity with the internet,
so what happens then at that point?
then we
have-
can't read the meters.
So I'm gonna go home and cut mine, just,
And then it will notify us that there's no more reading.
Okay.
And we'll be out there to visit you
okay.
to replace it.
So if that's the case, the meter itself isn't failing, maybe there's, so, if there's connectivity issues with that, and we already have those, then you've identified the problem, why do we need to switch?
Well, actually, we're not switching. This is the Metron meter here,
Okay,
and this is the antenna.
yep,
We currently have hundreds, thousands of these in our system.
okay.
And from before Badger and after Badger.
So these ones that you're replacing, we don't have Badgers that are less than 5 years old that these are replacing?
Some of the Badgers have been tampered with. They're easily tampered with.
They don't know how to work this.
I'm being told by our meter shop that they're finding the Badgers are being tampered with and becoming useless. So-
Tampered with by residents?
Yes.
So, Madam Chair, through you to the city attorney.
Go ahead.
Madam City Attorney, what repercussions can we go back to residents or whoever is tampering with water meters on a legal matter in lieu of spending $3,000 to replace their meter after they tamper with it?
The meters aren't $3,000.
That's what this says.
No, I got an accurate price list.
They're not $3,000. Go ahead.
The 6-inch meters are 3,000.
Commercial.
Commercial meters.
Commercial meters are $6,000.
Yeah.
Okay, hold that thought real quick. Let me get the response from Madam
Through
City
the ch-
Attorney.
Through the chair, we would have to do an investigation. There are ordinances that we have that would be applicable,
Okay.
but this is the first that I'm hearing.
Okay, so any evidence of tampering, I need you guys to get with the city attorney so that we can resolve that and stop that from happening in the future by hopefully setting a precedent that we're not gonna allow that. Okay, so going forward, on these ones, the resolution is for, north of $100 or of $500,000 for, the resolution says you're gonna produce, or you're gonna purchase 170 meters or something like that, so, the math on that is $3,000 a piece, so.
Well, I don't know whose math that is, but what the actual Metron's.
190. So if you do, 547,000, so is this all commercial that we're buying?
No, all our commercials right now are currently on the Metron system.
Okay.
There is no Badgers.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first
2,800
round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
2,800.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. So all of the commercial are on, and so is this an effort to transition the residential onto?
We're not trying to do a meter change-out program. We're just trying to replace what's out there with something that we know that works. Slowly and gradually, as they need replacing, or as we're trying to put in new meters for new builds, new residential areas, subdivisions, whatnot, we're wanting to put the Metrons in.
So you're saying you're not trying to do a meter replacement, but if a meter goes bad, what is the criteria for having a meter? Because I know that in my area, it does not read. I also was told that if you go in my basement and flip it, you will be able to look at how much water was used, because the reads, I guess, with the antenna transmitting with the Badger system we have, it's prepaid for 10 years. And that was paid by the wind funds. That system would cost $9.2 million, and it's paid for. It's paid for. And so if we're saying we're getting, and $576,000 is quite a bit. And you're saying you don't know whose math this is. Whose math is this? So that if they don't cost $3,000, what is the cost of the new Metron?
The Metron costs $385 each for a 3/4 inch meter and $605 each for a 1-inch meter.
So 300 and 600.
Yes.
And so what is our criteria? So what is your criteria for saying, we want to change your meter? Because during COVID, it was mandatory that they went into people's homes and changed your meter. And if you didn't, they cut your water off, even up till last year.
That was a meter change-out program during COVID. It started in 2019.
Yeah, but it went slow.
And it went till 2022, I believe, December.
Yeah. It went a little further because people don't like people in their homes.
I understand.
And so they were cutting people's water off if you didn't get your meter changed.
So that was an actual, correct me if I'm wrong, but a state mandated change to the meter system? Didn't they require that? Okay. So
when we got on the system, under the administrative consent order, that was mandated. That's why we got a new system. And that was the Badger system, which was the $9.2 million. How proficient is anyone at using that system? Because it's really complex. Is anyone?
the agreement you have says for 10 years they're going to provide support.
Do they provide that? No?
Not like you're thinking. We have to send back meters that fail. We send them back by the pallet load. And it costs us roughly $1,500 a pallet to send it back to Badger. They don't tell us what's wrong with the meters. They don't tell us why they failed. And they send us a pallet back at our cost at $1,500.
So $3,000? $15 one way, $1,500 to send it back. And so they're not, so is anyone trained on how to use the Badger system? I mean, if you're saying they're supposed to offer support, because I know it measures a lot of different things. And it's they call it the Cadillac system. That is the system, that's what they call it. But you guys are saying you want a more simplified system. Does anybody know, how do you measure, how much water leakage are we getting from water that we buy? Do we know? Because that system is supposed to be able to measure that. How much water is purchased that is lost?
It's going to measure the leakage within that building. So whatever building it's metering, it's going to determine how much leakage there is. Like if you got a leaky faucet or a leaky toilet, it's going to tell you how much you're losing. It's not going to tell you how much leakage you got throughout the system.
I was told it does.
Just within, no,
Yeah.
you can't do that.
Oh, okay, so is there anybody who knows has used that system prior? Because if they're not offering support like they're supposed to, how are you supposed to know how to use it?
My meter foreman, Curtis, is on top of it, and Amanda, according to Jiggy, is on top of using that system. They know the ins and outs of it. I know Curtis does. I talk to Curtis daily, and he's very disappointed.
Oh, that's my time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Is there anyone in the second round of discussion? Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
So if the dollar is $300 to $500, why do we need 2,000 of them?
For the new construction, new builds.
We're not building 2,000 houses, so.
Well, I wasn't done, but it's the new builds, and it's to replace the faulty ones, the ones that have failed, or the ones that have been tampered with, the ones that cables have been cut. All these, we're trying to just eliminate the failure rate.
So this says the water department requests an emergency purchase pending a larger request for city council. So you mean to tell me that these are, 2,000 is what we need short term, and there's gonna be more replacements in the future? In the near future, you're gonna want more than $500,000?
Well, I think that's just a reoccurring cost with the water system and on meters. I
But
think
this
it's a
says
yearly.
pending a larger request. So,
Not, this is for a yearly. This
so
isn't for a.
is this staff review just a copy and paste of something? Or can we look, or are we looking forward to a multi-million-dollar purchase of meters?
No, last year we spent $625,000 on meters. It's the same for Metron.
You're not helping your case of why we gotta spend
But what I'm saying,
$500,000 a year.
it's a yearly cost. This is a cost of doing business. This is a cost of us having to buy meters to meter the water that we're selling to the customer.
So every year, we gotta replace 10% of our meters?
We have issues with meters. We do have issues with meters. They go bad, they get tampered with, they freeze. So it could be any reason why we would have to replace meters. It's a number of reasons why we have to replace meters. The thing is, but if we don't have these, then we don't replace them, then the public has no meters.
We have no way.
No, I understand that. I'm just
Okay.
wondering, just understanding how we, as a community, have to replace 10% of our meters every year. Because if you're talking $500,000, and that, by the math that you told me on what these meters actually cost, that's basically 10% of our system every single year. I'm just trying to figure that out. Why is it, as a community, we're going through 10% meter swap out every single year?
And if it's new accounts, if we have if it's new accounts also, so if
But new accounts, then that meter just goes back into circulation, right? We don't throw that meter away, the old one that came off, right? I mean, we don't have that many new hookups.
I think, Jiggy, meaning the apartments and housing.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion, I will take a little bit of time. So if I am understanding you correctly, so our population has increased again. So we're at about, 93,000 people or whatever now. I do understand that we were saying in 2019, we had a mandatory meter replacement. And so it took, obviously, all the way through COVID and also through just basic life stuff of people not wanting people in their homes to replace said meters. We currently have meters now that, for whatever the reason, we've not been provided a reason, but for whatever the reason, those meters are going out, right? And so I think that with having these meters since maybe 2019, and then having more people moving in, having to keep in mind some of the new builds that are coming, having to keep in mind, this is Michigan, weather is not the best, then whatever faulty thing that's happening with the meters, I don't think that 10% is an egregious number when you're talking in terms of our population and our population increasing. The only thing that concerns me is when we have meters going out and we can't get an explanation as to why. I do understand that you're saying that right now you're trying to be proactive, right? You have a certain amount of meters that you know that have already gone out, and then in anticipation for what's been replaced since 2019, again, as you have those weather-related events, you have those people moving in, you have just whatever faulty thing is happening, you want to make sure that you order enough so that when you come back, so you do not have to come back with this size request or not come back in front of us for a while. So I do get what you're saying. Maybe sometimes you just need a little bit more help tying it all together when you're standing in front of us, but it does make sense for us to be prepared, especially since they are forecasting a brutal winter for us. And then I think that when we have the opportunity to make sure that we are ahead of something as opposed to being behind it, because I certainly wouldn't want to be one of the homes who gets caught with not being able to have a meter and having to wait for someone to have a decision as to whether or not I can have a meter. We definitely want to make sure that residents are getting charged accurately. So that's another reason that we want to make sure that all of the meters are working correctly. I do hear what you're saying. I do understand that you are being proactive. I do understand that this is necessary. With that being said, I will yield. This is the roll call vote to send 250388-T to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin? The vote is 6 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 3 no. That resolution does move to council. Moving on to resolution 250383.1-T, which is the approval of the obsolete property rehabilitation exemption certificate application, 703 South Grand Traverse Street. Madam Clerk, I know that you asked to have this separated because you needed to make some adjustments, so I do need a motion from the floor. There's been a motion by the councilman in the 8th Ward to send to council, supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Madam Clerk, please go ahead with your update.
Okay, so I'm asking that this resolution actually be amended, because in addition to filling in the blanks, I'm also asking that one paragraph be removed because it's unnecessary. So the resolution would be amended to 250383.2. And on the first page, the 4th paragraph that begins with exceeding 5% will not have the effect of substantially impeding the operation of the qualified local government unit, et cetera. That entire paragraph can be removed. And then on the second page of the resolution, the second paragraph on the second page where there are blanks, the City of Flint requires that rehabilitation of the facility shall be completed by, I want to add the date of October 31st, 2026. And then in the resolved paragraph, for the blanks, the first one is approved for a period of 10 years, beginning December 31st, 2025, and ending on December 30th, 2035. And those would be the amendments that I'm requesting for this resolution.
All right, Madam Clerk, if I heard you correctly, on the first page, the 4th paragraph, removing that paragraph, correct?
Yes, removing it entirely.
And then on the second page, the second paragraph, we're adding in October 31st, 2026, correct?
Correct.
And then on the resolved, we're resolving for 10 years from December 2025 to December 2035, correct?
Yes, December 31st, 2025, and ending December 30th, 2035.
Got it. Is there anyone who will make a motion for those changes? Councilman in the 8th Ward made the motion. Councilwoman in the 4th Ward supported the motion. This is the roll call vote to make those changes and turn this to Resolution 250383.2. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Excuse me, Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis? Is not in. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That has been made a point two in regard to 250383.2, which is the approval of obsolete property rehabilitation exemption certificate application 703 South Grand Traverse Street. Councilman in the 8th Ward has made the motion to move to council. Is there support?
I'll support the motion, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. Supported by the councilwoman in the 5th Ward. Is there discussion in the first round? Is there discussion in the second round? Seeing as how there's no discussion, this is the roll call vote to move resolution 250383.2 to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machap? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 250383.2 has been moved to council. I'll entertain a motion for adjournment. There's a motion made by Councilman in the 8th Ward to adjourn. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machap?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yep.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. The time is now 5:24 p.m. on Monday, November 24th. I hereby adjourn this Special Affairs Committee meeting.
Until 5:30. I see Joe. Well, the people, the white people are for the open.
If I could have council members take their seats, and we will go ahead and start the council meeting. The time is 5:40 PM, and in accordance with Section 3-201B of the Flint City Charter, I am calling the City Council meeting to order for the purpose of the organization of the Flint City Council. Before we get started, I will take the roll call. Mr. Al-Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 8 members present. Just 1 second. As always, when I call your name for this part of the agenda, you will state the name of the person who you wish to elect as the president of the city council for the next year. Unfortunately, I do not have the rounds number with me right now. This will be added to the other rounds because we count them as a whole. So I'm just going to start with 1 today, but if you end today, the minutes will reflect the total, and if not, when we come back, we will come with the next number at that time. So right now, we're going to call this round 1 just for this meeting. And we're going to start with Mr. Al-Alamin. who is not in. Dr. Lewis,
Judy Priestley.
Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Johnson.
Dr. Liddell Lewis.
That's one vote for Ms. Priestley. 2 votes for Ms. Mashat. 4 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. And 1 vote for Ms. Lewis. And I have to add that the first member who gets 5 votes would be named the president of the council. Moving on to round 2. Dr. Lewis,
Liddell Lewis.
Ms. Johnson,
Dr. Liddell Lewis.
Ms. Priestley,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin is not in. That's 2 votes for Dr. Lewis, 2 votes for Ms. Mashat, and 4 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 3. Ms. Johnson,
Dr. Liddell Lewis.
Ms. Priestley,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Dr. Lewis.
Dr. Lewis.
That's 2 votes for Dr. Lewis, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 4. Ms. Priestley,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Dr. Lewis,
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson.
Dr. Liddell Lewis.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 2 votes for Dr. Lewis. Round 5. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Dr. Lewis,
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson,
Dr. Liddell Lewis.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 2 votes for Dr. Lewis. Round 6. Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Dr. Lewis,
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson,
Dr. Liddell Lewis.
Ms. Priestley,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 2 votes for Dr. Lewis. Round 7. Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson?
Dr. Liddell Lewis.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat. 4 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. 2 votes for Dr. Lewis. Round 8, Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson?
Dr. Liddell Lewis.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. 2 votes for Dr. Lewis. Round 9, Mr. Jarrett?
Mashat.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson?
Dr. Liddell Lewis.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Dr. Lewis, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 10, Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson?
Dr. Liddell Lewis.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
That's 1 vote for Ms. Priestley, 2 votes for Dr. Lewis, 2 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 11, Dr. Lewis,
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson,
Dr. Liddell Lewis.
Ms. Priestley,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. That's 2 votes for Dr. Lewis, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 12, Ms. Johnson,
Dr. Liddell Lewis.
Ms. Priestley,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Dr. Lewis.
Dr. Lewis.
That's 2 votes for Dr. Lewis, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 13, Ms. Priestley,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Dr. Lewis,
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson.
Dr. Liddell Lewis.
That's 2 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Dr. Lewis. Round 14, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Dr. Lewis,
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson,
Dr. Liddell Lewis.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 2 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Dr. Lewis. Round 15, Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Dr. Lewis,
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson,
Dr. Liddell Lewis.
Ms. Priestley,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter. Madam Chair, or Madam Clerk,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I would like to make a motion that we postpone the organizational rounds until the next council meeting. It appears that we're not gonna get anywhere, and we have people waiting. So I would like to move on with the regular council meeting.
Support.
Okay, before I take the roll call on that motion, I just want to state the last round totals. Ms. Winfrey Carter had 4 votes, Ms. Mashat had 3 votes, and Dr. Lewis had 2 votes. Ms. Winfrey Carter has made a motion to postpone the organization of the city council until the next regularly scheduled council meeting. I believe that's December 8th. And that was supported by Ms. Burns. And we'll take the roll call on that motion. Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 1 no. So the organization will be postponed until the next regularly scheduled council meeting.
All right, so we will continue with the agenda. Next on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Priestley, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now it's time for the prayer of the blessing. But before we do the prayer of the blessing, we would like to remember those that may have transitioned. So does anyone on the council body have anyone that they would like to acknowledge during this time?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Madam Chair, would like to have a moment of silent prayer for the family of Mr. Derek Marshall, for the family of Mrs. Kathleen Jones, for the family of Miss Deborah Hayes, as well as the family of Miss Talia Washington Winfrey.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else?
The passing of Thelma L. Burkett, give a special prayer out to her family, Tina Thompson.
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Elman. To the Sawyer family? All right.
Madam
And-
Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Also for our former ombudsman, Darrell Buchanan, lost his mother, June Buchanan.
All right. Anyone else? All right, seeing no one else, I would like to add Mr. Larry Stribling. Mr. Larry Stribling. All right, so moment of silence starts now. Okay, thank you. So now it's time for the prayer of the blessing. Councilmember Jarrett, would you please lead us in the prayer of the blessing? No? Yes, so I asked for a council member in the 9th Ward.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Jerry.
Lord, our simple prayer is that your will be done, nothing more, nothing less, nothing else. It is in your name, Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Amen. All right, next is the reading of the disorderly person. Go ahead.
Could we please ask everyone to silence their phones? It's gone off several times in the last couple of minutes.
Absolutely.
Per our council rules.
Thank you. So per council rules, please silence your cell phone so they will not interrupt the meeting. Thank you so much in advance. All right, so now we're moving on to the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be a violation of the Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. So now it's time for requests for agenda changes or additions. Do we have any agenda changes?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
actually, I probably don't need to make the change just in case it's not gonna get separated, never mind.
All right, so since we don't have any more agenda changes, we're going to move on to the public hearing. The public hearing, it is regarding an ordinance to amend the Flint City Code of Ordinances, amending Chapter 50. So I am going to ask the city attorney, do you have any comment or anything that the public should know about this specific public hearing?
Through the chair, this is a planning and development item, and it is to make some amendments to the child care zoning ordinance. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so with that being said, we will begin this public hearing. And this public hearing, number 240459. So first speaker for the public hearing, Madam Clerk, excuse me.
For public hearings, anyone who wishes to address the council on this public hearing only just walks up to the microphone. And you have to only talk about the subject of the hearing.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Clerk, Davina Donahue. My name is R.L. Mitchell, resided at 759 East Linden Avenue, which a whole lot of people got rich in Flint because 759 came out in the number of the day, and everybody said, I know you got some money, Mitchell. What? But that's my address. Anyway, address the situation about child care situation. There was a situation on York Street the other day.
Excuse me,
about.
Excuse me, R.L. So we need you to be germane exclusively to the public hearing about amending the zoning. So we're going to ask you for you to please stay germane.
Like I was saying, I was invited to a zone meeting over on York Street the other day by a telephone call, and it was mentioned about, like the third ward woman said, certain people's gonna get their money before December, and certain people's probably ain't. But I ran into another situation. To you, President to Davina Donahue. Davina Donahue, what you done to the first ward councilman? He didn't show up at the zone. And I want to know.
RL, that's your time. We're going to move
Hey, lady,
on. Thank you so much.
Girl,
So
what's up?
we ask for you to be germane. Thank you. So next speaker for the hearing, Madam Clerk.
Arthur Woodson. She just stated that this was about child care when he was talking about child care. When did anybody come up here and speak about this right here? I don't remember seeing or hearing. Why would you vote on this not knowing? Is it just child care? Or is it adult foster? Is it the part of the zoning where they trying to move all these group homes in one area? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, you can't do that with veteran housing, I know for sure, because they tried to do it over in Flint Township, and I sued them, and under, what is it, 42 USC 3604, HUD, reasonable accommodation. I can put a group home, veteran housing, anywhere I want to if they have disabilities. So you can't tell them where they have to put their group home if it's dealing with disabilities, and that's a lawsuit waiting to happen. I seen something in there about green. Really, you need to bring the Imagine Flint back up here to the forefront, because President Trump isn't giving money for anything green. And you have the east side and the north side zoned as green zones. And when Kevin was here when he was doing it, he said that we couldn't build a high school over on the north side unless it was green. So why not bring it back up here, because it's a living document and you can change it? Why not bring it back and put east side and north side traditional, so that you can get some dollars so that we can really fix up the north side and the east side? Because in your ward, Ms. Councilwoman Johnson, you have what they used to call green innovation, where if your house burned down between Pearson Road, Carpenter Road, what was it? Martin Luther King and Saginaw, it was green innovation. And if it burnt down, you couldn't fix it back up. They changed it to where you have to come to the Planning Commission and ask, can you fix it up? It's just that area right there. So y'all need to ask them to come back up here and explain the green zone to y'all, so that y'all can make amendments to it. Thank you.
All right. Next, Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Joel Arnold, Flint resident, and I'm just speaking on the item of this public hearing, this zoning reform. As I understand it, these seem like some good reforms. One of them just takes a lot of places in our city where currently we cannot build childcare and legalizes more childcare facilities. As I understand it, some folks in the department have gotten applications for new childcare facilities, but haven't been able to approve them because of the way that our current code is written. So, I've been up here before saying that we're never done tweaking zoning, and it's approving here again tonight. So I think it makes a lot of sense. And then I know Art was speaking to adult foster care homes, and when I was reading this, it looks like what it does is it says if you've got a foster care home or adult foster care home with 7 or more people, it can't be within, I think it's 1,000 or 1,500 feet of another one. The state doesn't let us regulate homes that have 6 or less people, but 7 or more we can. So it really seems like it tries to deconcentrate some of adult foster care homes. I know there's 2 within a block of my house, and so we see that a lot. This tries to just spread them out a little bit more. And yeah, the child care ones, it looks like they just allow child care facilities in more parts of our city, which it's a pretty low intensity use that a lot of people like to have close to their house. So I think they're great ordinance changes. I hope they get approved, and I know if anybody wants some long and boring reading to fall asleep to, I know there's some documents on the city website that kind of go through all the Planning Commission's thoughts on this. So I hope it gets approved. I think it's some good changes. Thanks, guys.
Next public speaker.
everyone. My name is Dion Freeman. I'm not used to looking at so many ordinances and how they're laid out, and I was just wondering if you all could help me understand. In the grid, what does the P, the S, and the A stand for? And of these amendments, the ones that you're actually wanting to amend are the ones that are struck out and rewritten on the back, is that correct? The ones you want to amend?
Yeah, we can't go back and forth, but hopefully somebody will answer during council comment.
Thank you.
All right. Next speaker. All right, so seeing that we don't have any more public speakers regarding this specific public hearing, this public hearing is now closed. So now moving on to the next public hearing number 250383.6 is the public hearing regarding obsolete property rehabilitation exempt certificate application. And it is for 703 South Grand Traverse Street. All right, so before we get started, Madam Attorney.
This is the next, through the chair, this is the next step for approval of the Oprah, where the council hears public comment on the actual application.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. All right, so now we will move on and we will open up this public hearing to speak about specifically this consideration of obsolete property rehabilitation application. So the first speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Emily Feuerherm, and I'm here to speak in favor of this. I am one of the co-owners of the property. My husband and I are a young family. We would like to open a restaurant here, and we have a LOI for a MEDC grant of $250,000 that relies on this Oprah being passed. We love Flint. We want to open a restaurant here. We want to, build on the storied history of this place and celebrate its history through food, community, and through our own investment in it as well. So the grant that we would get from the state would be $250,000, which we would invest directly into the property. And the restaurant would also hire 10 additional people. So it's also an employment opportunity, as well as an additional dining opportunity for our community. So I hope you'll support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker for this public hearing.
All right. I have nothing, or I don't have anything against Oprahs. They are serious. They are helpful. But it's a lot of buildings around here that have Oprahs, and they never occupy the buildings, and that's revenue for the city. And also, you all give out the max of an Oprah. I think it's 12 years. Why do you give out the max every single time instead of saying, hey, you know what? I give it to you for 2 years. Let me see how many people you hire from the city of Flint, and after the 2 years, you come back and renew it. I mean, you can do that. And it's nothing against this business here. I'm talking about those big Ashley Capital businesses. But just to give you an example of how the state and the city, I can't even say the city right now, but the state and the banks. I went to the bank with my building, and I asked for a loan, and I was putting my building up as collateral. They told me that I had to be in business, or had to have the building for 2 years before I can even get a loan for that building. But I see other businesses able to get money for their building when they just purchase it. I spoke to Donaldson from MEDC. That was this year. I spoke to him. And we were trying to get money from MEDC. They told me that they didn't have any programs or any money for us to be able to get money from them. And like I say, I have nothing against this business right here, but we spoke at the same time. They're getting ready to get $250,000 from MEDC, but they told us that they didn't have any programs or any money for our business. Basically what I'm saying is, here in the city of Flint, African Americans have to use their capital out of their pocket to refurbish old buildings. But other people, they give loans and grants to, and it's highly upsetting to hear and see. And it's just something that, you know, have to be spoken about because it's unfair. Everybody should be able to get the same treatment, same opportunity. So I'm gonna come down and ask for an Oprah and see if I can get one too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm R.L. Mitchell. I'm for the lady would come up here and her family gonna get to the restaurant. Because I worked at a restaurant exactly like hers, name of, in Buckingham Alley, Stedman's Restaurant. And there haven't been one here since he took off until now. And I was only 13 years old, working as a dishwasher in Stedman's Restaurant. And I actually almost supposed to have been killed in there, but I refused to report this stuff because I was so-called Christian. And they had my voice, they had it all on tape. They said, does anybody want to hear it? It's up to the doctor. Because he thought I was cheating him by punching in before I put my uniform on. That day I had took my uniform, he told me I didn't punch in, then he had some guys to jump on from prison. Stedman Restaurant. And I'm all for it, like Woodson say, black peoples in Flint, they treat blackies like they ain't nothing, like they all, but I was a Spencer's Restaurant. He had, anybody know anything about a Buckingham Alley, Stedman's Restaurant, and I was I had my 63 Catalina car going to Southwestern, and I still have nightmares about that, and I'm supposed to have been killed by two dudes jumped on, their mother worked in the kitchen in the basement. The big millionaires be gambling down there every day, Mr. Mott and all his buddies, and right, I'm all for you to come back in. Anyway, stay tuned, America. You're gonna see what Flint is really made out of before these peoples don't want certain peoples to talk about Flint, but now, take that.
All right, seeing that there's no more, okay. So we have two more speakers.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Jones. My question is, our concern is, my group that's here is concerned about the homeless and the unhoused. I don't know nothing about what they have, but in Flint, we really have something going on with the homeless, so.
Ma'am, so it isn't time for that. We're talking exclusively to the public hearing of the obsolete property rehab certificate. And so we're going to have public speaking right after this.
Okay.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. Joel Arnold. Just here to speak in support of this Oprah designation for the property in Grand Traverse. I think, right, it's an abandoned building being renovated by Flint residents for a business that'll employ Flint residents. I think it's kind of what a lot of us talk about all the time when we say that we want to see economic development in our city led by people that live in our city. Plus, I think the exciting thing about this often, right, is it does, freeze some property tax revenue, but, right, the city actually gets more revenue from income taxes and water sewer revenue, and there's no abatements on that, right? So every job this creates pays city income tax, pays into the city, pays water sewer revenue, pays into the city, and we have one less sort of abandoned, blighted building in our city. So I think it's a wonderful idea. Selfishly, I live a 5-minute walk from it, so I'd love to see something in there as well. But I think it's a great thing, and just wonderful to see folks that live in our city, rebuilding our city. So thanks.
All right, thank you. Any more speakers for this public hearing?
Good evening. My name is Patty Perkins. I live on 5th Street. I'm president of the Grand Traverse District Neighborhood Association. The restaurant that's being proposed is in that neighborhood. I've been there for 25 years now. I've seen everything in our neighborhood. It's getting better by the day. I would definitely support a business in that neighborhood, especially one that involves people, any kinds of people, kids, anyone. And I wasn't really planning on speaking, but I just want to voice my support, and they have the support of the neighborhood also. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So seeing that was the last speaker for this public hearing, we would like to call this public hearing now closed. All right, so now it's time for public comments. So Madam Clerk, first speaker.
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, I'm R.L. Mitchell. Let's speak on this the situation about the Howard Estate situation over there. Anyway, I used to go through the Howard Estate before I even knew it was a Howard Estate game. I was wondering why everybody look at me every time I go and wonder why I can go in and come out without getting touched. I didn't know it was, and now I know because they done jumped on. You heard what Mr. Johnson said. They killed her husband and her son is out on Oprah. I used to walk through there and they used to follow me. I used to go through Stewart school in the open field, and that's when they stopped following me because it's in the open. And because I always go to church over there on Lippincott, where the dead man been. And at nighttime, I walked back through on Crocker Street, but I met a homeless woman. She told me to stay the night with her. And they be wondering, and all the dudes be wondering how I disappeared in them little bushes back there. I was in that woman's house. She had so many homeless people in there that's what I wanted to say about the House of Esther. It's another house situation like Pearson Road. Y'all jumped on Mays about getting them. That's what it's on York Street. The House of Esther situation. Get them women with their kids living there as 4 units, and he want to turn them into houses. And the people's are talking about meters up here, cutting the meters and all that stuff. And like them houses in front of Northwestern, done a wham bam, thank you ma'am situation, tore all them houses down because you wouldn't cooperate with them. And that's why they're using this first ward was sitting in May's seat. He won't even show up. That's why I finna ask the Bina what you done. Look at that, that dude done disappeared again. Sitting in May's seat and won't even show up in the zoning the dark people's out, and only one person was talking in that ward. And the woman who was gonna talk, she just sat back there and let the other woman talk, a black woman too. And like she can't, like this okay Joe, like Jim Jones purple Kool-Aid with that Stein name, when they saw somebody, they sit up there like a deer out of headlight, sit up when the people scheming on them that don't want darkies to get up. And they moved the whole church out, the whole neighborhood on the corner of York Street and Saginaw, Presbyterian Church, and they can use that land, but he got to talk for himself. The councilman right there, what in that idiot looking dude? Ms. Burns is the only one showing up at that zoning. I keep coming back. Stay tuned, America.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Arthur Woodson.
Hey, so 240459-T, it does have residential rehabilitation facilities on there. 50-111. Why won't you all postpone this so you can find out from planning and development what it is they're changing? Where would it even be at? Do they tell you where it's going to be, where it's going to be located? I know when I used to go to the meetings, they had it on the map where it was going to be located. Have y'all heard anything about it? I mean, did they come and explain to you all what they're changing and how they're changing it, what they're changing it for, where it's going to be located at, anything like that? I mean, I haven't heard anything. And how can you vote on something that you don't even really know what it is that they're planning on doing or why they're changing it? Because like I said, matter of fact, I think I'll just set up a house once you change it just to show you that you can't tell a person who's putting in a facility with a person that has disabilities, you can't tell them where they can be located. They tried to do that in Flint Township where it was a R1A zoning, and I wanted to put a veteran facility in that zoning, and they went against it. So civil rights from the DOJ came up here and told them that I could because it was reasonable accommodations. So, I mean, you need to have them to come up here and speak about it. Councilwoman Johnson, Friday, Ms. Deborah Greenspan requested or asked Judge Levy, could she have permission to start sending out award letters and start sending out money for the Flint water crisis. And this was just sent to her, Judge Levy, Friday. You can look it up in MLive, I think it was an article Friday about it. They said that the award letters, when I spoke to the lawyer, that the award letters should be out, everybody should have them before December 21st. That's what the lawyer told me, so it could be something different, but I know for a fact that the article was in MLive where Ms. Greenspan asked, could she start dispersing the money, which isn't nothing for real though, for all the people who have died here in the city of Flint, and our water is still not safe, and we're reaping the help of it right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Janez Jackson.
Good evening. My name is Janez Jackson. I am Kiki's mother. July the 10th, Leon Alamine beat my daughter and strangled her. July the 20th, he came and got his son from my house after he got out of jail. July the 21st, I got my grandson back. July the 31st, my mom's house on 1055 East Stewart, it was an explosion. And then today, it's funny, he got to go to court tomorrow. His house and caught on fire. What it's gonna take? Wake up, council. He thinking my daughter there and my grandbabies. When are y'all gonna wake up and see what y'all got on? What y'all got? He don't even live in Flint. And he talking about he distraught. That's the reason he can't go to court. Y'all talking about y'all understand me? Y'all don't understand what I'm going through. I got to move my baby different places just on account of him. Y'all sitting up here arguing, going back and forth, letting him make a fool, try to make a fool. He had made a fool of himself. When are y'all gonna wake up? When? Y'all up here sitting up here like a bunch of stones that ain't got no life. I'm talking about my daughter. I'm talking about my grandkids. He got an insurance policy out on my grandson who never stayed with him. That's not even his son. He got an insurance policy out on his cousin that's still missing. He got an insurance policy out on Kiki, which is still. When y'all gonna wake up? I am sick and tired of coming down here expressing how I feel about my kids to y'all who don't even give a care. Y'all argue back and forth, once the mother, but when I say something, then it's a problem. Wake up. Y'all need to get that demon off that stand.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Diane Thornton. Next speaker is Mari Copany.
Okay, so here's a few things inside my mind. Back in October, the fire marshal cut back the amount of occupants that are allowed in the Center of Hope overnight. That choice puts our homeless population at risk as we enter into the winter season. I would hope the city is working with the Center for Hope to figure out how to find some space to make sure nobody's left out in the cold. Another risk that comes with more homeless people on the streets at night is we are going to see an increase in accidental fires and vacant homes while they are trying to keep warm. And to add to that alarming spike in fires we have seen in the past week that's causing our first responders to overwork and putting their lives at risk, we already know there is at least one arsonist running around the streets who was responsible for the fire at St. Mark's Church. And now it seems there is at least one more out here that is causing massive fires. I see on the agenda tonight that we are getting more funds for Asbury for their food giveaway. That is great. Let's give more funds to everyone that does food giveaways. Every single turkey giveaway I've seen for the past 2 weeks has had lines of cars waiting hours before the event start time, and they are running out of food before the event's end time. The need in our community right now is existential, which leads me to my next point. The Salvation Army had to close its registration early for the holiday service. Other area groups are also seeing a huge increase in the number of requests. Right now, I am prepping for my 10th annual toy giveaway that will take place this year at the Cube at Brownell STEM Academy in the First Ward. Over the past 9 years, I have given away over 40,000 toys to over 6,000 Flint area kids, all with very little support locally. This year, I need all hands on deck to be able to make this year successful. It's not about who belongs to what clique. It's about stepping up to be a village for the kids. And Councilwoman Candace, you have actually attended one of my Christmas events before, so you attended one of my Christmas events before. You were on the council, so you know the scale of my events and how many kids we serve. Happy early Thanksgiving to everyone.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Dion Freeman.
Good evening again, City Council. Dion Freeman, First Ward resident. Just a couple questions with the 250384T, the reallocation of ARPA funds to Asbury. Last time I was here, I think there was some problems as far as to what St. Mark got and how their program was set up. And you all wanted to go back and look over it again and try to set up, I guess, comparable guidelines. So I don't know if I missed the meeting in between, but if you have more insight as to whether those issues were worked out or not. And then as far as the 250391.1T for the North Flint Food Market Cooperative, I'm a member owner. I'm very proud to be one. I know it's taken some long years and to get this all up and going, and we finally have the doors open. The North Flint Food Market Cooperative is a smaller entity, Yet a lot of times when all of these larger entities, and not to name anybody because I don't want to put anybody's organization on point, we have no problem giving them $300,000. We don't have no problem giving them $500,000. We even have some we didn't have problems giving millions of dollars. This is something that is a direct impact on our community's health, wellness, access to good food, and it's also providing jobs to people within our entire city. So even though it's called the North Flint Food Market, people, because they want to support us and see us be successful, are coming from Swartz Creek, are coming from Clio, all because they believe in the vision for our city. So I hope as you're going forward and you're reevaluating this, I see it reduced down to $150,000, and I'm not sure why. But please give our local African-American business agencies the fair opportunity that we give all these other corporate major entities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Chris Morris.
Thank you, Council. I'm also here representing and advocating for the appropriation of funds, ARPA funds, to the North Flint Food Market. And just kind of want to share a little bit about why I'm excited about the co-op. I am not a Flint resident. I've been blessed to be serving here as interim general manager. For the last 5 months, I've moved here full-time and have been working and supporting your community, to help this wonderful grassroots organization, realize the final leg of their journey. I work with food co-ops across the country, so I have some perspective in that matter. And, 10 to 15 years is a normal time frame from the first time that the idea is shared and you start gathering momentum and building a coalition. And certainly in Flint, if it wouldn't have been for co-op, they actually would have been ahead of the curve and opened up in about 9 years. So there were some setbacks. The opening on November 12th was extremely exciting. The emotions and the pride and the ownership that we see come through that door every day has been tremendous to be a part of. I was blessed to work with and hire, like I said, I'm not from Flint, but I worked with the board to hire a local general manager, then worked with that general manager to hire the leadership team, and then worked with them to hire their support teams. As Dion had mentioned, we probably have about 42 team members right now that are from throughout Flint. And, I hear folks say that this isn't a good use of the city's funds, but, it's a community-owned organization. I don't see a better use of these funds because it all stays local, on this ongoing investment. And, if you're shopping Aldi, that money's, the profits are going to Germany. You shop in Walmart, it's going to Bentonville, Arkansas. That's not the case with your community-owned co-op. And as a member owner, you have a vote, one member, one vote. You can run for the board of directors. And when there's profits, they'll get paid out as patronage dividends or reinvested back into the people and the facility. I know I've heard from all the members or the council members here that they are supporters of the market and hope to see it succeed. Now, we have some abstaining votes, and I would reiterate, I don't want anybody to return their membership. I want all of you to become members and support the first, community-owned grocery in Flint. I would alternatively say, on the flip side, that if there is a conflict for financial, a conflict, that you can abstain from taking patronage dividends and then still, support your market in your capacity as city council members and voting for these ARPA funds for us. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is April Stone.
Good evening. I'm coming up here because of
the water meter that was installed in my house, and I never touched the thing until last week, a week before, a couple of weeks ago. And I turned it off to have some work done and turned it back on, and it leaked all over my basement. I got up 2 days later, my carpet was flooded, my basement was flooded. I called the city and they told me that they had to come out and see the meter. And they came out and told me I gotta pay them $250 up front before I can have the meter fixed. They've never seen the shut-off valve leak from the handle. All they know how to do is stuff it or something. I forgot what they call it now, right now, but all they know how to do is fix the nut, and other than that, I got to pay for it to be replaced. When they put it in there, evidently it wasn't no good, because I've never touched the thing. They forced me to let them come out there and put the thing in. If I didn't let them come out there, they were gonna turn my water off. So I've had 3 meters put in. This was the second meter. This would be 3 meters. I can't remember after 31 years. But wasn't nothing wrong with the meter. They said it couldn't read it downtown, so that's why they came and did it. I don't see why I gotta pay $250 for something that they put in that was damaged when they put it in, evidently. I'm also coming down here to talk about a land bank property I've been complaining about for the last 10 years, basically. But the last 5 years, there's dumping, and they didn't cut the grass but one time this year. They finally cut it 2 weeks ago. First time they cut it since 2 years ago. And they left all the brush that they cut. They left everything, they just piled it up and left all the stuff that's loaded, and the blight and the dumping is still over there. When I was leaving to come down here, somebody was dumping something over there. And somebody staying in the house. Land bank, y'all need to make land bank do something about these properties. I also want to say something about being assaulted at Hurley Hospital by one of the nurses. And I went in there for 6 pinched nerves, 3 pinched nerves in my neck. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Stone.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Billy Dantzler.
Good evening, Council. My name is Billy Dantzler, and I reside in the 6th Ward. So I guess I just have a couple questions for you guys tonight, because I was sitting in the back and I was watching you guys vote for the president position tonight. So I guess this question is to the chair, or to the president, to Tanya, or the councilwoman in the 6th Ward, to the attorney, and Davina. So why hasn't there been a full investigation on the councilman in the 1st Ward if he does not reside where he say he reside? Because he's making a choice for me, and I choose to stay in Flint. And he, from my understanding, resides in Mount Morris. So why does he continue to be in that seat if that is the case? And then also, I would like you guys to explain why you selected the candidate of your choice when it came to the presidency seat. Because if you review footage, you will see that the 7th Ward behavior is not conducive to being a president. The 2nd Ward council person, her behavior is unhealthy. The 4th Ward, Judy Priestley, her behavior is not healthy to be the president. And LaShawn and I, we talked in the back, Councilwoman in the 3rd Ward, and you talked about union, and I am in the union. And when it comes to union, we go by seniority. And right now, as a resident, I see that Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter of the 5th Ward has the most seniority in this body right now. So why, if you can't figure out who you want, why can't we just be fair and go by seniority? Because the people that you guys have selected have shown that they're not presidential material, and they're embarrassing. Their behavior is embarrassing. From the councilwoman in the 7th Ward over talking everybody and yelling and screaming, to the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward trying to fight people. I mean, can you guys give us an explanation? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker for this meeting is Tanya Jones.
Good evening, my name is Tanya Jones. I'm here, I'm advocating for my son that's part of the opioid crisis. First of all, this week I've been going to do a medical pickup, not a medical pickup, a welfare check, to find my son. And I don't understand why the police even get a raise, because I did 2 of them, and Ms. Deb sat and waited with me, and I had to call Sheriff Mason. I greatly appreciate it, and that's the only way it got served. Flint police didn't never even show up. So I understand why they got a raise, and it's already hard dealing with having a child part of the opioid crisis. And so when you call the police, I just feel like, we waited 3 hours, 3.5 hours. They never showed up. The sheriff department, as usual, even when I do a medical pickup, they wind up coming. And another thing, with me out here seeing the stuff that's going on with the opioid crisis, the way the system is set up is failing the people. Because we go out here and we feed the homeless, and when you see people, I just see them, I'll be feeling like this could be my baby. That's my main concern, it could be my baby. So when we go feed them, the law correlation of us, we go out here and feed them, get out the book bags. My main concern is these people don't have nothing. They're grateful for the smallest things. So they closed the Center of Hope, and when they closed the Center of Hope, I guess it was 140, 160 people, now it's down to 40 or 60 people. Where do you think those people are going? Yeah, they found, they're down by the river. They down at the church. When we leave from here, if y'all ride past, that's where they at. The opioid money, Leon, you got 150,000. You know what I'm saying? That's for the people that's on, my son is part of it. I don't know you, but my thing is, if you got 150, why don't you make sure these people, my son is part of this. You know what I'm saying? Would you make sure, this is all I'm asking, if that's what it go for, you deal with people to get out of prison. I don't know you, but my thing is, I'm advocating for my son. But there's people out here don't have nobody advocating. No matter what, when it comes to my son, I'm not going nowhere. I'm here to stay. I thought my purpose was being a mother. My kids are 34, 31, and 30. So guess what? It's been a blessing because my son showed me that this is what's going on out here. They say Flint strong. Flint is not strong. Flint is being done wrong. From the ARPA money, from the water money, to the opioid crisis money. So my thing is make sure the people is done right. Judy, at 1655, the people are still there. They still there. If I gotta go live or whatever to get help, I'm gonna help those people. I got my son removed. That house is condemned. That water been cut off since last year. Go get them people out of there, or guess what? I'm gonna go live. I have 171 people. I'm not friendly. But guess what? I'm gonna go out here and be a voice. Go get them people. That's your ward. Have a good night.
All right, so Madam Clerk, was that the final speaker?
That's correct.
All right, thank you so much. So now it's time for a council response. Anyone would like to respond to the public?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Ms. Stone, I need to follow back up with you. I know I had spoke with them. They had come out to your house, and I did not get a response once they came back out from that department. But I will follow up on that to see where you had. And you may also, I don't know if you filled out a damage claim, if you would need to fill that out. They did state that there was water in your basement, and so, in your lower level. once they went out, but I do not know. I know they were supposed to come back out. But I will send an email to see where that is at and about waiving. Is it, I think you said 250, and I don't know, you can nod your head. Is that to replace the valve on it? Okay. And so I will see what we can, okay. Okay, and I will follow back up on that because I don't have what, they didn't respond after they did come, when they came out. In addition to St. Mark's, the question was anything done with Asbury? Asbury is on tonight. I will not be supporting it until we feed St. Mark's. If we can fix Asbury, St. Mark's is a year ago. Asbury has been on about 3 weeks maybe. And we need to rescind it. I've sent this to the clerk and to the city attorney. This is moving slow. This is ridiculous because the church is still feeding people out of their funds. And if we're feeding Asbury before St. Mark get their money, that makes no sense. And so we need to rescind, is what I'm told. They haven't used any of the funds. I went to the food bank. You know, if we're going to get 8 trucks or 25 trucks, it's a big difference. They have St. Mark Outreach Center, which is an in good standing nonprofit. We need to make sure everybody in Flint eats, period. To the Color Law Coalition, you ladies, you do such beautiful work, and I enjoy working with you. And to Ms. Janez, domestic violence is a problem. And it's difficult for me to sit here in my seat and pretend like it didn't happen and what happened to your daughter.
All right. Any more? Anyone else for council response? Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Ms. Jones, I have followed up on 1655 Ohio, and the problem is that people are willing to live there. It's got to be done legally to be closed down, and we can't seem to get that done within the city. But I am working on that to try to close it down, as well as to stop any state funding for rent to go into that property, because it is condemned and there is no water, and that's been verified. So I am still working on it, it just takes time. And I appreciate that you have brought that to my attention, because I don't want anyone living in, it looks beautiful on the outside. I don't know what it looks like on the inside, but the building itself looked well maintained. But I actually, when I drove by it the last time, there was somebody there dressed nicely in a nice car, and I asked them if they were the landlord. And they said, no, they represent the landlord. And I said, well, you know this building is condemned, right? And he went, what? Who are you? And I said, I'm the councilwoman. I said, there's no water. This building is condemned. And he just ignored me. So I am following up on that. And I have written a letter to the state attorney general.
All right. All right. Anyone else for council response? All right, so seeing there's no one else for council response, I will go ahead and I will take my time. So I'd like to thank the North Flint Food Market for coming back out tonight. Hopefully we can get you over the finish line so we can show the store some support. And I also want to highlight the fact that when I went, I have never ever tasted a strawberry lemonade Arnold Palmer. That thing was amazing, and so I only saw it at our North Flint Food Market, so I'm looking forward to going back and getting a couple more. So, so strawberry lemonade, Arnold Palmer. Yes, I know, right? So, okay, so I just wanted to share that, and also thank Ms. Copany for her words at the lectern, and also I would like to remind individuals that this is the Thanksgiving holiday. So I want to encourage you to support a lot of the great things that we have going on. We saw that they had the food giveaway today at Mock Culinary. They had meals prepared. So I want to let you know that there are also other meals that are prepared, and they are waiting on you to come. We have something taking place at Burston on Christmas Day from noon to 3. So make sure that you go out and just fellowship with the community, eating with dignity. That's very important. Thank you all so much for coming, and that is my time. So we'll go ahead and go on with the consent agenda. The pleasure of the body. Go ahead, Ms. Elamy. All right, thank you. So the motion to support the consent agenda, and that will be with the approval of all minutes and with separations. Is there any support for that motion? Support. Was that from Ms. Burns?
No, that was for the councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Councilwoman, supported by Councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Any separations?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
250391.1, reallocation of ARPA funds, North Flint Food Market Cooperative.
All right. Any more?
Madam Chair. 250384, Asbury. 250-388, and 250-383.1. Did we change that? Yes. Yeah, thank you.
383.2?
Yeah, that's going to be the approval for obsolete property rehab exemption certificate for 703 South Grand Traverse Street.
Okay, anyone else? All right, seeing none, the consent agenda will consist of appointment 250364, resolution 250390, resolution 250393, resolution 250387, and the second reading and enactment of ordinances for 240459.
I have a separation.
Go ahead.
I would like to separate 250364-T, the appointment to the Hurley, the reappointment to the Hurley Board.
Okay, so the appointment has been separated. All right, so the consent agenda will consist of 250390, 250393, 250387, and 240459. All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I also want to point out that the consent agenda also includes placing on file the petitions and communications, of which there is one on your agenda today.
All right, thank you. All right, roll call.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda passes. So now we're on to the first separation, and it is for appointment 250364. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we move 250364-T to approve it. Make a motion to approve it. We are in council. Make a motion to approve 250364-T.
All right, so there's a motion to approve appointment 250364. Any support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair. Through you to Clerk Donahue. Clerk Donahue, I am trying to find out, first, we need a list of all of the Hurley Board appointments. And I wanted to find out, I know that this is a reappointment, but also how many reappointments, how many people on that board need to be reappointed? And how many new board members did we appoint for this year? And I want to find out if Mr. Phil Sharps, if he's still serving on the board.
Did you get that, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay.
And I will try to get this information to you either late tomorrow or sometime Wednesday.
Because we have not received any resolutions for appointments for Mr. Schultz's reappointment, right? To replace him, have we?
I believe there was one, but I don't know if it was postponed indefinitely. I know it wasn't voted on, and I
It was
haven't seen it.
postponed, we didn't vote on it, right?
I don't think so. I think it was postponed indefinitely. But I will double check.
We didn't have anything to replace him, right?
Nothing that has been adopted, no.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to find out. Now, do we have Mr. Brian, Dr. Brian Nolan? Is he in the audience tonight?
I don't think so, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Okay. All right. I yield. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm. All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I'm sorry, Ms. Winfrey Carter, did you ask about residency? Because Hurley is, we have to have Flint residents, so can you add residency onto this to see who is a Flint resident? Because I know that this reappointment, they're listing their office or their doctor's office as the address. So I want to make sure that we're in compliance with residency, because residency is part of that. So, Madam Clerk, can you add residency on that request that Ms. Winfrey Carter made? And I'll yield. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, and that's your time, Mr. Pfeiffer? All right, anyone else in the first round? All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, seeing no second round, we go ahead and call for the vote for appointment 250364, Brian Nolan to the Hurley Board of Managers. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. The vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 1 no. That appointment passes. So now we're on resolution 250384. It's the pleasure of the body.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Go ahead, sorry, Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to approve 250384.
All right, motion to approve. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. All right, any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
My point of contention, I believe everyone should eat. I think it's embarrassing at this time if we're approving Asbury before we get St. Mark's. St. Mark's has been on here for over an entire year. Through you to Madam Clerk, I sent the email to you and the city attorney. What is the process so that we can do them both at the same time, Asbury and St. Mark, that we need to do to get these passed so we can move on and get this behind us?
I'm going to defer to the attorney because I believe this was the situation where the resolution was already adopted for one, and there was a question about the contract. So I'm going to defer to Attorney Gurley on that question.
What's your request?
Didn't we pass St. Mark's?
We did.
So what's the contention with St. Mark's?
The point is, instead of them getting 25 trucks, they get 8. And instead of going to, because it was politics over people then, and it's a problem with the food bank. So the food bank, when I met with them, stated they needed to just go straight to the outreach. They are now a help center. And so getting the money, it would be over $3,000 per truck. And so how it's given, we needed to go to St. Mark directly, not to food bank, and it's how that contract is written. No one else has got a contract written like this that they deal with, not one single person. And so it is stopping and stalling, and they're still serving this community. And so when we had spoke before, it was supposed to be, they had stated, rescind it. St. Mark is not acting on it. The food bank is just saying if we can rescind it. They haven't used any of it. And reissue, put a motion on the floor to pass another one and have it just like Asbury. It goes straight to Asbury. They're in good standing. The food, we know that they're serving. They've been serving. And the issue is, and it's getting caught up, which to me, it seems a lot of things are getting caught up. You know, let's get this taken care of. This has only been on, 3 weeks? Maybe 4? And St. Mark has been a year. I know certain people don't like St. Mark, but it's the people in the community, and there's a need. That line wraps all the way down and around back to King's School, and it stays full with families that need to be fed, people who need assistance, and majority are seniors. So I don't know what the holdup is, but we need to fix this. Attorney Gurley, how can we do this?
Through the chair, this is a carryover item from your last, I believe, regular meeting where you wanted to find out if you could rescind the contract that St. Mark, the city, and the food bank had signed. So it's only been since your last council meeting, your regular council meeting, for this item to have the changes made. So under your council rules, Rule 23.1, you can rescind a contract, a resolution, because you approved a resolution to enter into a contract. Since there's not written notice to your fellow council members, you'd have to have 2/3 vote to do that. With written notice, you would only need a simple majority.
What is written notice? You need?
Well, you would need to have some kind of posting that says you want to take up this item during one of your council meetings.
So I know if I send it, I cannot, I cannot send it to everyone because then that would be a violation.
No, you would send it to the clerk.
I did send it to, I did.
Okay, so I don't know if the notice has been posted. I don't know because I've been away from the office.
Yeah.
But without notice, you would need 2/3 majority vote to rescind the contract.
Okay, so can we put a motion on the floor? I've sent notice to the clerk to rescind it.
I mean, it has to be by vote. So if you sent notice to the clerk, that notice would have to be posted, and then you would need a majority vote. If it has not been posted, you need 2/3.
So we need the clerk to make a posting?
Under your council rules, yes.
And where is she supposed to post it at?
The same way you will post for any agenda.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Hold 1 second. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So, through you to the city attorney, we're rescinding the St. Mark is that what so we would have to rescind the St. Mark and then change the language and approve it again? Is that what you're implying?
Yes. It's a contract that's already been executed. So what you're doing is rescinding your previous action. So,
What is your request?
My request is, does the speaker know that the contract has not been signed by St. Mark with the food bank?
no, I wouldn't know that. I'm just looking at the
I did tell
contract
the
that was
clerk.
executed by the parties to the resolution. So under the resolution that council approved, it included the food bank, it included the city, and it also included, let me see here.
What language would we need to do to reapprove that with different, like, do you have that? So if we made the motion today to rescind and we got 2/3 to rescind, do you have the language that we could verbally do that to reapprove a different one tonight?
It would be best for it to be in writing. So under the charter.
But you just said it, we could do it by
No,
2/3.
There's two actions
Okay.
here. Okay, so the first action is to rescind the resolution
Yep.
that approved the contract.
Okay.
Action 1. Action 2 is you would need to have a resolution to approve a new contract. So under the charter, you all move by writing a resolution or an ordinance. So if you want to take a recess and somebody drafts up a resolution, if you vote by 2/3 to rescind the contract resolution.
So
Request for information.
What is your request?
Are we able to just do are we able to rescind the resolution tonight and then just have the resolution to approve on the next council meeting?
Absolutely.
As soon as we get out of what? Oh.
All right, so the clock should be going.
Okay. All right, I yield.
All right. Anyone else in the first round? All right, seeing that there's no one else in the first round, I will make sure to take my time. So I had a conversation with the food bank to find out exactly what was happening. And so on what I found out, because I heard the numbers 3,000 and 1,000 being thrown around, and I found that as far as these trucks go, it costs $1,000 for the truck to deliver the goods. That's the driver, the maintenance of the truck, the cooling, just for the truck to deliver the goods with donated food. And so that's where the $1,000 comes from. So the food bank expressed that the trucks, the food inside is valued at $3,000. So that is the value of the food. And so as the way the resolution was written, and again, this is per Will at the food bank, he expressed that it was written so St. Mark are not to get donated food, but the food bank must purchase food exclusively for St. Mark. And so what that is doing, that is getting rid of the free food donation and the $1,000 delivery. And so I asked, what could we do in order to keep the same thing going with the $1,000 trucks, pulling up with the free food? And he said that what will fix this in the contract would be to amend it to say, to support St. Mark's account for future food deliveries. So we won't have to go out and purchase new food. So in the contract, it was speaking of purchasing new food for St. Mark. He said eliminating that and replace that with to support St. Mark's account for future food deliveries. So what that'll do, that'll take the burden off of purchasing food for St. Mark, which is causing their bill to go up and the less people to get served. So this way, they will be able to get the 25 trucks for $1,000 a piece because the food on the truck will be donated and they can make 25 trips to St. Mark. So that is what I was told, that if we just amend that to support St. Mark's account for future food deliveries, that it'll just straighten everything out instead of just allocating the food to St. Mark. The money to St. Mark. And we can also do the same thing with Asbury to support Asbury's account for future food deliveries instead of.
Madam Chair,
So go ahead.
are we able to get that in writing? With them just not verbally telling you that, are we able to get that in writing?
Oh, absolutely. Yep, so I would definitely reach out to Will so we can put that on paper so the entire body can see. Because I had some concerns when I heard that they were being charged 3 times the amount. Yeah, that didn't sound too fair. So, and again, and I'm totally on board for us going the same route with Asbury. All right, so that is my time. So we're going to the second round. Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I'm glad that you were concerned. I actually went there and met with all of them. And so that price, what we need to do, we cannot, through you to the chair, we still have to, you can't change the writing. You're stating we can't amend it anything because it's already been passed. Is that correct? Are you stating now she's saying we can amend it? I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, any changes would be amending the contract that we already passed.
Through the chair to councilperson in the 6th Ward, under your council rules, that is the way you would need to do it. You have to rescind the original action.
So we have to rescind it, not amend it.
You have to rescind it.
Okay.
Yes.
So then we cannot do it as the councilperson in the 2nd Ward stated was to amend it. So we need to do the 2 actions.
But here's the thing, is that I am simply speaking of the MOU that the city signed with the food bank in care of St. Mark. I don't know what agreement St. Mark has with the food bank. That's not a contract that I've seen. I'm simply looking at this MOU contract that sub-recipients receive.
That's all that there is. And I
Okay.
know that 2nd Ward didn't see it because they're now a help center. And so if she's stating to amend it, and you're stating if we need to change that, it needs to be rescinded.
Correct.
Okay, so then we have to rescind it then and do, it was to, so put the, what's it, put a motion forward? We gotta actually deal with the Asbury. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's right, okay. And we can always bring that back, though. So, and for clarity for people, basically with that MOU, it was telling Food Bank that they had to grocery shop for St. Mark. And dealing with different grocers and different things, they're able to get food at a lower, which may almost meet the shelf life for fresh foods, or if there's food that's overbought, that they weren't entitled to some of those and government subsidies. And that drove up their price. And so if we have to rescind it, we have to follow the proper way according to the city attorney, that we can amend it. And it needs to go, just like Asbury, to St. Mark. And they have in good standing with their food, with their St. Mark outreach, which is separate from the church. We should not be biased and show a difference. This is feeding the community. So we all eat, is how I see it.
Through the chair.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Michelle. Are you on the floor?
Yes, just
Oh, I'm
one
sorry.
other.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So just under this MOU, it just simply says, the city agrees to provide the subrecipient a total not to exceed $25,000 to be used to provide for greater food access at St. Mark's Community Outreach Center, with funding being necessary due to the negative financial impacts the organization has experienced during the COVID-19 emergency. That's the scope of what the city contract states. Anything else has to be negotiated among those other parties. This is a standard subrecipient agreement that we have.
Point of information.
Thank you. What is your request, Ms.?
Is it this, has it always been the same, or is this the same stipulation it has been prior? You know, every time they get food, every time they get money issued. So what's the difference, I guess, now with them letting the food bank doing it versus them getting the funds in their hands? What's the difference?
I think
why is it different? What's going on that they can't get the truck for the $1,000, 25 trucks for 25,000?
Through the chair, I would not be privy to that. It is how whoever drafted the resolution drafted it, right? So if you wanted to go directly to the center of St. Mark Church, you have to draft your reso that way. But based on the way that was drafted, it went to the food bank in care of St. Mark.
Okay.
So.
Go ahead, Councilman Mashat.
I'm sorry.
So, I hear what y'all are saying about St. Mark. I've already told y'all I am committed to, whether it's we rescind this resolution, however, to get them correct. This resolution that we're supposed to be talking about right now is 250384-T, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds for Asbury United Methodist Church, food access and food system support. So we should be discussing Asbury and whether or not Asbury is about to get this funding. This is what this agenda item is supposed to be about. St. Mark will be fine, because the minute we move from this agenda item, we can then put a motion on the floor to rescind the resolution. So we need to deal with the agenda item that is in front of us, because what's in front of us is not St. Mark. I yield.
All right, anyone else in the second round? Ms. Johnson, would you like the floor? Okay, all right, anyone else in the second round? Go ahead, Mr. Ellermy.
Is there anyone here that can speak to their program from United Methodist Church? Okay.
All right, I guess not. All right.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Point of information. Does the speaker know that the council person in the 4th Ward can answer questions you may have?
All right.
She left, and then I asked her earlier. She was kind of limited on the information. So that's why I was looking to see if there's someone out here.
All right. So, is that your time?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right, not a problem. So, anyone else in the second round? All right. So, seeing that there is no one else in the second round, we are going to call for the vote for the reallocation of ARPA funds to Asbury United Methodist Church. So, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Johnson?
At this time, no.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes, everybody should just vote yes so we can fix it.
All right, I'm rescinding my vote. I'm sorry.
You have to wait.
I gotta
until-
wait.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta.
You're fine. You just have to.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, the councilwoman in the 3rd Ward would like to change her vote.
Ms. Johnson?
Madam Clerk, I would like to rescind my vote to yes, okay? Thank you.
I'm sorry, you wanted to change your vote
Yes.
to yes?
Yeah, please.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Michelle.
I'd like to put a motion on the floor that we rescind the resolution that we originally had for St. Mark.
Support.
All right, it has been supported by, was that Ms. Priestley or Ms. Johnson?
Ms. Priestley.
All right, Ms. Priestley, supported by Ms. Priestley.
Through the chair, I would offer that you may need to include whether any fees have been dispersed So if, say for example, if the church has already received like $5,000 worth of goods, and you would need to deduct that because they were granted 25,000, right? So somebody's got to pay whatever's been.
Okay.
Councilwoman Priestley, can you rescind your
thank
second?
you.
I'll take back my second.
And I will, Madam Chair, I want to take back my motion, and then, Madam Chair, I would like to make a different motion.
All
Madam-
right, so
Madam Chair.
So you said back your support, rescinding your motion, so what is your motion?
Hold on, I think somebody said Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
I want to point out that the resolution that was adopted for St. Mark's also allocated $25,000 for Christian Love Faith Center.
Oh, they ain't got
So
that
if
money
you
yet
rescind
either.
the resolution, that would also take away the funds
have
to
their money
Christian
either.
Love Faith Center.
Yeah, they haven't gotten anything yet.
That's fine.
Yeah, we'll rescind that
Well,
entire resolution.
Madam Chair,
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to rescind the resolution that gave St. Mark $25,000 to the food bank, and I would like to. What's the words I'm looking for? Go ahead.
What is your
You can't separate, I
request?
gotta rescind
I
it.
think maybe for official, you can get the resolution number so that we're deadly accurate.
Absolutely,
For-
Madam Chair. I'd like to ask for a 5-minute recess.
All right, so there's a 5-minute recess without objection.
She can pull it right up. Yes. No, it needs to go straight to them because I met with Blueprint and that's what I was thinking about.
Oh, you retired. Okay, don't say
But I
you
quit. I did
But
quit.
you retired.
Well, I couldn't, I mean, I'm invested in the retirement system. I
you
just
still
don't
got
have
that
that
phone all the
time.
time.
Which is why if I go back and work taxes, then I said that retirement goes into that.
I've got a schedule, I can't just jump in when you want me to. I'm trying to do my best. I was gonna check to see if why you didn't go into it. Give us something. I think that, I mean, that should be done. Yes. I mean, we could, it's never been done before, but we could.
All right, as long as it doesn't go over the internet, I'll show you something that I got at my house.
So you gotta work tomorrow, you don't have to work.
Last time.
Oh, what kind?
They were born on the 29th, or the 30th. 20th or 30th. They were born the 30th, that was how big they were. Now they're up barking and whining. That's my niece living with her. That was her Halloween picture. She did that makeup. She's beautiful. She's a proud child. Yeah, she's basically she's 19. Basically, her savings. She might spend 2 or 3 nights a week at my house. But my only ask of her last minute, I got a phone call at 12 from her sister. Her phone died. She threw her phone. She has 3. And I said, no, last minute. So her sister says, can you don't pick up Hannah? And I said, no. I said, if I had known earlier in the day, I could have done it. I said, but I was supposed to do a turkey giveaway. And then I was putting my Christmas lights up. So, no. And so she's at her sister's house right now. Why I had to go back and take a phone call because her sister called me.
I have tennis shoes this color.
Between her grandmother and I were able to work with her. Or because she works, do you know where Nikki's is in Flushing? It's on the far side. That's where she works. And I live on the east side of Flint. It's an hour drive. Wow. It's 20 miles to her mother's house, which is where I used to live. It's 20 miles to her house from my house, and Nikki's is about 2 miles closer. Because I lived on the west side of west of Cedar Road. So, but she's loving the puppy Schwartz. She's named the dog. I need to sign this. No, I think it's what you see. Start the process. You have it. They should send it.
I am having dog fever. I want a new dog so bad.
Do you?
I do.
Oh,
I
you
am
didn't
really-
even treat,
I did.
Shadow nice.
Look, Shadow was giving me yes.
Take
I was
over
looking
while
like
you
red
gone.
food,
You know what I mean?
gobbling it up. He was old with a bullet in him, okay? With cataracts. I did.
All right, that's our 5 minutes. Want to go ahead and come to our seats now. And I'm in agreement with you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Yeah, we probably can just handle this at the other meeting, at the next meeting, to make sure we have everything.
We can have it at the next meeting. Is that what you said?
I mean, she was typing it up now.
No, let's get it done.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
She is typing it up right now. Okay,
She gone?
she's typing.
Thank you. Okay, feisty one.
All right, so that is our 5 minutes recess, and
Madam Chair,
go ahead.
I'd like to extend the recess by 5 minutes so that our clerk can finish typing up the resolution.
Support.
Okay, so another 5 minute recess has been ordered without objection.
It's going to, yes, St. Mark, but the money will go to St. Mark's, St. Mark Outreach Community Center.
Jump the fence in private company, and it says no honey. Pale face is gonna deal with anybody shoot at a moose. Big moose.
Him and his daughter, his wife, his daughter, Renee. No, I didn't. I met him, short guy, always taking his chairs down there. Little bitty city. Mr. Rump told me, all you need to take is one dress, one pair of pants, a pair of shoes, and your other stuff. He said, but you don't need much. Well, and the people came, then you have a lot of people in California and Dallas. I said, Mr. Rock, look, don't be telling my parents that's all I need to take. I need to take all my clothes, plus some more. Right. You be into that, though.
Yeah, I can't go to this. In fact, my friend wants me to go to church. Our daughter.
Oh.
The father.
All right, the 5-minute recess is now over. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have nine members present.
All right, we have 9 members present. All right, so we are still on Resolution 25038. Oh, no, we passed that, excuse me. We're on the other motion. So where do we stand in terms of getting that prepared?
Madam Chair, according to our rules, and Attorney Gurley, if you could, through the chair to Attorney Gurley, if you could please read the rule and just the rule number and then the actual rule, because according to our rules, there are a couple of steps we have to take here. And so I just would like for our rule to be read on record before we move forward with further motions.
Through the chair, the rules that Councilwoman in the 7th Ward is referring to are Rule 23.1, which is an action to rescind, repeal, or annul a previous action may be by resolution unless the previous action is an ordinance. Action to repeal the ordinance may only be by ordinance. And then Rule 23.2, notice of intention to rescind a previous action must be given to the clerk at least 2 days prior to the meeting at which resolution or ordinance rescinding or repealing a prior action is introduced. However, council may vote by 2/3 of council members elect to waive that notice.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. So for what we are trying to accomplish this evening, according to Rule 23.2, in order for us to amend Resolution 250266.1, which is the resolution we are attempting to amend, we first have to do a waive of notice, and the body has to vote on that. And so I would like to make a motion that we waive the notice for our amendment to Resolution 250266.1.
All right, any support?
Support.
All right, supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Any discussion? Any discussion, second round? All right, so now we will call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. So that motion passes.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
Thank you. And then the second thing that we need to do is the amendment to exclude the portion of Resolution 250266.1 related to St. Mark Missionary Baptist Church Outreach Community Center, minus any of the expenses already incurred. That will have to come to us on the floor as an add-on, and the clerk does have that. And so the add-on simply states what I just said, and that is that that resolution, which would be add-on number 1, is amending the Resolution 250266.1, which originally included both St. Mark and Faith Love Christian Center. What we're doing is making an amendment to that to exclude the portion related to St. Mark, the $25,000 that was going to them, minus any expenses already incurred. And that would be add-on number 1. So
Request for
go ahead.
information. So we're not rescinding anything?
We are making a motion to exclude.
So do you have that in writing?
It's the add-on that the clerk has.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, do you have that so I can see that?
I am still drafting this resolution, so I'm going to ask that you continue with the rest of the agenda, and I will print these copies as soon as I am done typing it.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I make a motion to postpone this discussion to the end of
Add-on,
the agenda.
is add-on number 1, Judy?
Add-on number 1.
To table it?
To postpone it till the end of the agenda.
Okay, any support? Supported by
No.
the councilman in the first ward.
No.
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 So,
Can
all
you
right, so
withdraw your
it's been
support?
supported by the councilman in the first ward.
Can you withdraw your support?
Wait a minute, Ms. Mashat. Y'all need another recess?
No, you
I
can't
guess
move it to the end because she put the leadership vote at the end.
No,
which is why he
no,
has to-
correct,
No, the
correction.
You
Wait a
didn't put it
minute,
at the end?
Correction,
No, it's
wait a
for
minute.
next week.
Okay, I got you.
Excuse me.
All right, you're good.
Ladies,
I
so
got
just
you.
want to be clear, Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, she put it for next meeting, not at the end. Okay. So you rescind that? So you don't want that
No, I don't want to
anymore?
rescind it, it's fine.
Oh, so you want to go with that?
Yeah.
All right. All right, so I'm supported by the councilman in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
The end of resolutions?
Yes.
Make it the end of resolutions?
Right.
Okay.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Yes. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no, so that will be tabled to the end of the meeting. So now we are moving on to Resolution 250391.1. Pleasure of the body.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Michelle.
I make a motion to approve Resolution 250391.1, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds for the North Flint Food Market Cooperative.
All right. Supported by the councilman in the first ward.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
So as I've stated before, and I'm going to continue to state it, I really feel that a new store, I don't care who it is, what it is, should not be opened with city funds. Thank you. I'm going to vote no on this, as usual.
All right. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Carter.
as I stated before, I will be voting to abstain because there's a conflict of interest. I am a member of the North Flint Food Mart. So being a member, and I don't care if it's not financial or whatever, I am a member, and it's a conflict of interest for me, and so I will abstain my vote. Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
I also want to state my intention to abstain, as I also and many in my family are member owners, so the conflict of interest arises for me as well as for my family, so I will be abstaining. I yield.
All right. Anyone else? All right, seeing that there was no one else, I'll go ahead and take my time. So again, as I stated, I stand in full support of the market. And I hear you, Ms. Priestley, when you say no store should open with city money. I mean, but we are about to approve a restaurant that's opening with support of the other funds. So that sounds kind of like, like a conflict. So you don't want them to have city funds, but we're voting for it without problem. You can see how much you support them, and they're opening up with other support as well through the committee that you sit on. So just wanted to highlight that. And say again, the food market I support. Just want to make sure that we're doing things equitably. So let's go ahead and call for.
Madam Chair, second round.
Okay, thank you. So let's call for the second round.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
There's a difference between a grant of $150,000 and an Oprah that reduces property taxes. And I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Anyone else in the second round? All right, so seeing there's no one else, we'll go ahead and call for the vote for the reallocation of ARPA fund for the North Flint Food Cooperative. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
I abstain.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I abstain.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 2 abstentions.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, and 2 abstention. That resolution passes. So now we're moving on to Resolution 250388. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 250388-T, which is the Metron Founder LLC purchase of water meters, Water Service Center.
Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? All right, seeing there's no discussion, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
The vote is 6 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 3 no. Resolution 250388 passes. So now we're on to Resolution 250383.2. It's the pleasure of the body.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 250383.2, which is the approval of obsolete property rehabilitation exemption certificate application, 703 South Grand Traverse Street.
All right, any support?
Support.
Supported by Councilwoman in the fourth ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
thank you. I'd like to, through you to the owners of the, I only see, is it one left? Yeah. If you could come to the podium. Good evening.
Good evening.
I had a good conversation with you, and I just want people to see or to hear what it is that you're doing.
Sure. We are rehabilitating a property that we bought in 2015. We are basically starting a pizza restaurant themed on the sit-down strike. We're really interested in that history, and we wanted to pay homage to that movement. And so we're also rehabilitating the existing structure, which was originally built as a home. So we're kind of opening it up so that it still feels like a home when you're in it, and gives that atmosphere. And so that's the, I guess, 30-second overview.
So will you be utilizing the first and second floor, or?
We are utilizing the first floor for public restaurant space, but due to fire suppression costs, the second floor it's limited to office. If we wanted to do, we looked into doing business on the second floor, but it could have potentially resulted in having to put in an elevator and then fire suppression, and both of those were cost prohibitive to the development.
So what is your target date for opening?
We hope to open within 6 months of being able to start construction, and so we're just waiting on this because we cannot pull a building permit until the Oprah has been approved, and so we're just kind of
Like that little.
we're
limbo
hoping to start
time.
at the beginning of the year, though, so hopefully by June.
So did I hear it correct that you did get a $250,000 grant from MEDC?
We have a letter of interest for the Build My Community Grant Program, which is a cost share. So our investment's going to be about, the total cost of the project's about $1 million, and so there's a cost share for about $250. So,
Is it that expensive to do that?
yeah, the development's about 700, and then another few hundred for just the startup cost for the restaurant. Yeah, it's so things are, yeah. This grant is what makes it cash flow. Without that grant, it doesn't pencil out.
So you need this grant that grant helps you to open it up. And you are on Grand Traverse?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your cross streets?
Third. So we're kitty corner from the Cornwall building, and across from where Sergeant's title was. I think it's a security building now or something.
What about parking for you?
We have in excess of 40 parking spaces. The lot itself is a third of an acre. And then city code allows us to use street parking, and both Grand Traverse and Third Street also have on-street parking adjacent to our building.
And I know you want all those parking spots full.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I wish you the very best luck in your endeavors, and I just wanted people to hear and that you're having a pizza in, almost like a pizza and pub, and you're gonna have IPAs there, which are, describe, because a lot of people don't know what IPA is. What's an IPA?
An India Pale Ale.
I like IPA.
It was a beer the British actually developed for the transit. The hops kept it stable for a longer period. So they developed the hoppy brew so it could last on the trading chips.
So good luck, and I will be supporting this, so thank you.
Thank you.
I yield my time.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So, if this was an IPA brewery, I would be a no vote, 100%. I can't stand this stuff. It's got a horrible aftertaste. But you said something. So, if you don't get the 250, because that 250 isn't guaranteed at this point, correct?
Basically, it's contingent on the Oprah, but we plan to proceed if we don't get it. But our timeline, I'm going to have to circle back and figure out different funding options, because, I mean, it's really what's allowing us to kind of like move at a quick pace. Other than that, I'll have to kind of scale back and probably try to do a lot of stuff myself.
Because my concern is, we grant this, and for some reason that money falls through, and then the project never gets off the ground floor, but yet we reduced taxes on the property for 30 years, and nothing ever happens to it.
I believe if I don't have the project completed by October 31st of 2026, that the Oprah would go away.
Is that a true statement, Madam, or through you to the city attorney? They have a deadline to get a C of O?
To complete that project by December 31st of next year.
What triggers the project completion? Is that the C of O? Is that what exactly triggers a completion?
Well, normally it would be substantial completion. So, I mean, more than, I would say the majority of the project being completed.
So it's not contingent on them actually opening?
What is not contingent?
Like, we're not saying that substantial completion is them ever opening, right?
Well, I think your question is referencing whether or not that Oprah would be in effect if they don't open.
Right.
Right? So I'd have to look further at the statute, but they need to have the project completed by December 31st of 2026. So.
Okay. October 31st. Okay. I would like to know, Madam, or if you can look in to see what that is, If we're not saying that completion, like, people have different terms for completion, I mean, if it doesn't ever open as a restaurant, then I guess that would be my concern. Not saying that you won't, but things happen, life happens, and everywhere else, where I don't want the city residents to be on the hook for discounting these taxes for 30 years if it never opens as you intended. Okay. I yield.
Anyone else in the first round? All right, anyone else in the second round? So seeing there's no one else, we will go ahead and call for the vote. Thank you so much. All right, so this is for resolution 250383.2. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Mr. Alamin?
I think they zeroing out their balance.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
All right, the vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
There was nothing that was deducted off of that.
All right. So we are circling back to the resolution that was being typed up by the clerk.
Madam Chair, if
Go
I
ahead.
could just have a couple minutes, and I will print this and ask the attorney to look it over before giving it to council. So I'm asking for a 5-minute recess, just so I can print this and let her look at it.
Okay, thank you. So 5-minute recess without objection.
Yeah. No, they did not let them use. And he typed them, yeah, because they wouldn't do it, they wouldn't sign in.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Hey, so you guys did
Can
not
we,
sign the
Go ahead.
MOU,
can
right?
we rescind the 5-minute recess and do the special order?
You did not. we're-
Special order
you
for
did
this
not
meeting?
do-
There's a special order.
So you did not spend any of the
Oh,
25,000?
okay, sure.
Can we,
Yeah, yeah, I definitely can. So I will rescind the 5-minute recess so we can go on with the special order. Thank you.
So do you have an exact number?
All right. So this is a special order,
He
and it
said
was called
he said
to the
between
floor by me
6,000.
to discuss
But they have
some
a-
communication
they're
from the
running
special
with that.
master.
You're not gonna probably get-
And this contact was initiated on behalf of council leadership led by the vice president to get a few answers from the special master, to invite her to our space, to answer some questions from the residents. And so she couldn't make it. However, she was gracious enough to answer a couple of questions that the residents wanted to know. And I just wanted to put just 2 questions on the record. And also, I have copies for the colleagues if they would like to see it, and also for a few extra for community members. And so this is a direct correspondence. This is in Ms. Deborah Greenspan's own words. So it's 2 key questions that a lot of residents have been asking. For one, they wanted to know what was taking so long, and they wanted to know when would the residents receive their money. And so I wanted to dispel a lot of false information that's going out, and wanted to hear.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. The timer is not going.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, go ahead. You start the time for me. Yeah, no, 5 minutes will be fine. Sorry. Thank you. And so, 2 of the main questions that we heard was, when will residents receive their money, and how much money will adults receive? And from the special master, Deborah Greenspan, she stated that the money will be distributed this year. Adults as a group are allocated 15% of the settlement amount for injury claims and 3% of the settlement amount for property damage claims. And then the other question that residents been asking is what is taking so long for the distribution of payments. And that question goes as follows. The claims administration process took longer than expected for several reasons. One reason is that many claimants had difficulty finding the documents required by the settlement. The special master in court provided assistance to the claimants and the law firms by collecting documents on behalf of the claimants. For example, we requested over 8,000 birth certificates for children. We requested and received 77,000 school records needed to prove exposure to water, 2.6 million water customer billing records, and 40,000 blood lead testing records to assist the individuals in proving and supporting their claims. We developed a process to confirm ownership of property so that claimants will not have to find their records. This made the process easier for claimants, but it took some time to obtain the documents. Another reason is that there are many incomplete or ineligible claims, which meant that claimants could ask for reconsideration and get a second review of the claim, which takes time. There were also many appeals, which means the claims that were on appeal were able to have their claims reviewed 3 times in order to receive the best award possible under the settlement. There have been also hundreds of changes in the status of claims of children, meaning that the legal representative has changed and that has required changes to the data and confirmation of a new representative. So the next step in the process is to obtain court approval for the process to be used to calculate individual awards based on the terms of the settlement. So those are the 2 pressing questions that I wanted to make sure that I answered on record, and also to invite my colleagues to please, you can take a look at some of the answers from Deborah Greenspan that she sent to the body. And so, again, there are other questions here, but for the sake of time, I did not want to sit here and read everything on the mic, give you an opportunity to look at what matters to you at your leisure. So that is my special order.
Madam
Any
Chair.
question or comment? Go ahead.
Will you be forwarding that letter to the clerk so she can share it with the rest of us?
I mean, I can, or I can give you a hard copy, it doesn't matter.
I'd like to see it, just because I can save it easier than in hard copy.
Oh, yeah, not a problem. I'll definitely have her do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Not a problem. Anyone else? All right, so seeing if there's no one else, that special order is now closed. All right, so we are looking to go back to the previous motion that was tabled. All right. So they're getting the copies off of the copy machine, so we'll go ahead and let the duration of the special order. Okay. Go for it. Thank you. Said 2025, this year. They're gonna start paying people. This year. That's what I said. Absolutely. All right, so since the special order is now officially over per the 5 minutes, we're going to go ahead and circle back to the add-on resolution that we just received from the clerk. And so what we will do is we will put a motion on the floor to approve this resolution.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to approve add-on number 1.
support.
All right, been supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Machado.
and I don't know how this motion needs to work, but Madam Clerk, in the second paragraph, through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk, it says during the regular city council meeting held on November 24th, 2025, the council voted to rescind the previous action in order to exclude the portion of the original resolution related to St. Mark Missionary Baptist Church minus any expenses already incurred. Because we did pursuant to Rule 23.2, can we change that to the council voted to rescind pursuant to Rule 23.2? Because we did we waived it. So it just needs to say, to rescind pursuant to Rule 23.2.
You mean just add that language in addition to what else is there?
Yes, just
or
add,
instead of-
rescind pursuant to Rule 23.2. Because top
Okay.
bureaucrat over here.
All right, anyone else?
I'm not done, Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Mr. Mitchell, let's stop yelling out. We're not doing this.
So this is actually the dissension. So this shouldn't say that we did it in the past tense.
But we're doing it today. It has to be past tense because it's held. We're holding it right now. It has to. Like, this is literally November 24th.
I guess it doesn't.
No, because it's literally November 24th right now. And we're holding it right now. See, we're in the past already. We good? Okay, so that's what we wanted to add to that. And I didn't know if we needed to just say, let's add it now since we're here, or if there needs to be a motion, or how do we do this, Madam Clerk? Or we just say, put it in there?
We will just call it, and, well, you can just add it because the add-on hasn't been published or anything, so.
Okay, so we just add that in
Consider
there?
it a part of add-on number 1, yes.
Okay, perfect. So in that second paragraph, we're just adding the council voted to rescind pursuant to Rule 23.2, the previous action in order to exclude the portion of the original resolution related to St. Mark Missionary Baptist Church minus any expenses any expenses already incurred. And that original resolution is 250266.1. Go ahead. I think he has a request for something. You got to tell the chair.
Request for information.
Go ahead.
Can we pause my time?
I guess, so there need to be another resolution to give St. Mark's money?
Tanya's doing that.
Oh, okay. So this is actually the recension. And then we still have to do so there's 3 actions that we had to do. Okay.
We're on action number 2.
Ooh, that's a lot, okay.
All right, that is all, Madam Clerk. If there's nothing that needs to happen since it's not published, that we just needed to add that language before it's published, then that's all. I yield.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I just want to point out that the resolution does state that if another resolution will come for your consideration for the funds that are left over after what has already been
I don't know what she's
expended for St. Mark's.
Oh.
And that will go to St. Mark Community Outreach Center.
Mhm.
That's the language that needs to be added. That'll be a future resolution that we can bring for the next committee.
And so that needs to be added to this one?
No, it's already language that
Okay.
says as much in this resolution.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you. Anyone else in the first round? Or anyone else in the second round? All right, so seeing there's no one else second round, so I will take my time to ask the clerk. So could you please read the second paragraph in its entirety of how it should be read?
Second paragraph will read, during the regular city council meeting held on November 24th, 2025, the council voted to rescind pursuant to the rules governing meetings of the Flint City Council, Rule Number 23.2, the previous action in order to exclude the portion of the original resolution related to St. Mark Missionary Baptist Church, minus any expenses already incurred.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so since that is my time, I'll go ahead and, let's see, are we on the second? No, we already did second round. So this is called for the vote. So a vote to approve add-on number 1.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Madam Chair.
Resolution number 1 passes. You go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yes, through you to the city clerk. Madam Clerk, on, I think it's the 17th, we have we have committee meetings and council meetings, is that correct?
December 17th, yes.
Is there any way that we can move everything from committee directly to council, and if we choose not to pass, we can just send and then cancel the committee meetings for that day?
If that's the council's pleasure.
I make a motion to have no committee meetings on the 17th and have everything from, that should have gone on to committee onto the council in order to get out sooner. On the 17th, we have. On the 17th, we have all 3 committee meetings and the council meeting scheduled, which is why I'm trying to shorten our time.
Through the chair,
Oh, go ahead.
you would have to vote to suspend your rules because you are to have 2 meetings per month. That rule.
Okay. All right, so then, we want to rescind your support?
Yes, I'll take that.
Which rule is that? You have your rules in your hand.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Oh, I just want to, does that pertain to regular meetings? Because she's asking to
It's just
cancel the
cancel-
committees, not the regular
committees.
meeting for that day. They would still have 2 regular meetings in December, one on the 8th and one on the 17th.
Okay.
Does that makes,
Well, I mean,
well,
I understand that, but the way that the question has been come into effect, I'm hesitant on supporting this unless we have a gentleman's agreement that call the question isn't going to happen during that meeting.
can always have that.
So that's my only contention.
So that is possible that we can do that, and then we can go into discussion. I'm waiting for our city attorney.
Gentleman's agreement.
So through the chair, the rule would be 5.2, where it says the regular council meetings are at 5:30 on the 2nd and 4th Monday of every month, and regular meetings of the finance, government, ops, and legislative shall be at 5 p.m. the Wednesday preceding.
All right, so we're talking about suspending Rule 5.2? All right, so is there a motion on the floor to go ahead?
Make a motion to suspend Rule 5.2 for the meeting on December 17th.
Any support? Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Any discussion? First round.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So unless there is an agreement between all of us that no call to question will happen on that day, I'm not going to support this. So I think committees are for us to do work, and if we're going to bypass committees and make that council a working meeting, then, and I have no idea what's going to be on the agenda, but if
Right.
it's going to be a call to question immediately, then I'm not going to support that. So if there's a consensus that we're not going to call the question on that meeting, then I'll support it. If not, I won't support it.
Didn't make it.
Is that your time, Mr. Pfeiffer? Okay. Anyone else in the first round? Or anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Councilwoman Priestley, I would like to offer a counter motion. Okay, she's not listening. I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion that on December 17th, we suspend rule, was that 5.2? For December 17th, and that we have special affairs, where all items will go into special affairs, and then we still have council.
So
That's the motion.
Okay, so you're saying on December 17th, move all committee items to special affairs?
Yes,
And still have.
council. That way, if anybody wants to separate or whatever.
Okay, so.
Through the chair.
So are you saying?
I'm sorry.
Once you add special affairs, that triggers Rule 4.6, because special affairs are on Monday, so you got to include that rule as well.
Okay, we can suspend 4.6 and 5.2. Make a motion to suspend 4.6 and 5.2 for December 17th, and that we only have special affairs, in which all regular committee meeting items will go into special affairs, and then we have our regular council meeting.
I'll support that.
All right, Madam Clerk, did you get that?
Yes.
All right, so, and Councilwoman in the 4th Ward supported it.
I don't know how to do nothing.
So, any discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Pfeiffer.
I guess I'm confused because the whole thing was so that we have one meeting to get out quicker. So what's the difference if it goes to normal committee, if we have that meeting versus having it on special affairs, because it's still in committee meeting? So why not just leave it in the original one if we're not going to put it directly to council? What's the point? I mean, we're cutting out public speaking, that's it.
That's it. That's, because otherwise they would have 5 opportunities to speak.
Okay.
All right. Anyone else in the, that's your time? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round? All right, so Madam Clerk, for the record, could you please read that?
So the motion on the floor is to suspend Rule 4.6 concerning Special Affairs Committees, and 5.2 concerning the regular committee meetings every month for December 17th, in order to instead have a Special Affairs Committee meeting with all items submitted for committees on special affairs, followed by a regular council meeting.
All right. Well, with that being said, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call, Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
And vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Madam Chair, motion to adjourn.
Go ahead.
No.
Oh,
We need the thingy. We got one more to do.
oh, I take it back.
Yeah, thank you. We did all that work.
Okay, so what is the?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'd like to put a motion on the floor to approve St. Mark Community Outreach Center for $25,000 for food access.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to approve St. Mark Community Outreach Center for food access. Any support? Are supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Any discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So they've already received $5,000, is that correct? So it would be an additional $5,000, and I still want, I will amend, I mean, and that's the question through you to whomever.
I don't know, 'cause
Would it
Seamus
still be
is getting
$25,000 if they've already received 5?
Request for information.
What is your request?
Does the speaker know that they paid that off? They haven't received any because they did not sign the contract with the food bank. So they have not spent any money of the $25,000. There is a meeting that I'll be up my time for that. So they haven't spent any of that money.
Okay, go ahead. Start our time back. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Well, I also want to make sure that this goes to their account on the food bank as in the previous resolution. Otherwise, I will not support it. So
See that?
it needs to go to the account and the food bank to provide for the delivery of the food, not the purchase of the food.
See.
Okay. All right. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So clearly a gentleman's or a ladies' agreement is not what we're doing here. So one, they do not have the money. Two, we did Asbury to go to Asbury. I don't know why this restraint on St. Mark's or when we come to the black community seems to be a problem. That is a problem for me. And so they have it in good standing with the state of Michigan. And we've explained they don't owe them any money. I sidebarred with the city attorney. The city attorney has set up to verify tomorrow with Elder Napier to make sure, which they've already stated, and so they don't owe money. And so why are we micromanaging the black community so bad? And so I have a problem with that. So it needs to stay just as it is, let it go to them. They never signed the contract and never used any money. And that's gonna be verified tomorrow after 2 or 3, where our chief attorney will be speaking with them. So let's not micromanage them. Let's not do that. Everyone has kept their agreements, and then to flip this after we passed Asbury is not a good look for our community. It's not operating in good faith. It's not, because yours didn't go to Asbury didn't go to the food bank. It did not. It did not go to the food bank. And so we need to leave it as is, and so we can move on. We're spending so much time on this because of micromanaging. So mine stands as it is to go to St. Mark Community Outreach Center, $25,000. They don't have a balance. I've already talked to the city attorney. I yield the floor.
Anyone else in the first round? All right, seeing if there's no one else in the first round, I'll go ahead and I'll take my time. So I would like to verify these things before we give St. Mark the funds. So I concur with Councilwoman Priestley, because we received two separate narratives. So I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. In addition to, it's not an issue with the money going to the food bank, as long as we put that clause in their contract. Because
request for information. Who stated it's not an issue with it going to the food bank for St. Mark?
Who said it?
Yeah.
From what I'm hearing here.
No, that's not what's on the floor.
Okay, well,
yeah.
Again, I am not comfortable with that. Because,
See?
because the money, no, it has nothing to do with black, because this is the same thing, this is the same thing that Councilman Burns pulled with the food, with the Northside Food Market. They kept coming, you kept getting out your seat, and et
point of
cetera,
order.
et
You need
cetera.
to stay germane.
So,
Stay
as I
germane.
am, as I'm
Point of
saying.
order. Point of order.
What is your point?
Point of order.
What is your point?
You need to be germane and don't speak to my motives.
Okay.
This,
No
now
one's
you
speaking
want
to
sink this.
Ms.
Yeah,
Burns.
you are.
Ms. Burns, bringing you to order. Thank you. And so let's not begin to speak on, again, people motives and et cetera, and what's happening, because I'm just speaking on what happened. And when we start talking about, you know, people playing with the public, they came here and the finish line kept changing for them. First it was 300, well, no, at first it was
Point of
600,000.
order.
What is your point?
We're talking about, you're not germane.
I'm being
We're
very
not
germane.
speaking of- point of order, I've not completed what I'm stating, please.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. We are talking about St. Mark. This has nothing to do.
What rule has been violated?
And Dr. Flynn just sent the thank you. They've gotten their funds.
Thank you.
Let's stay, can we please stay focused?
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Definitely will stay focused. But if you're going to call a colleague out or attempt to call a colleague out for not supporting things that are black, you must recognize that the same thing took place in these chambers when the North Flint Food Market kept coming before us, when they kept coming up here for those funds. So I'm highlighting that behavior. But the reason why I don't feel comfortable is because at first, St. Mark, they had a balance with the food bank. They had one. I'm not sure if they still do now. So we want to make sure that the food bank is paid. So if we put the money in St. Mark's coffers, that's not guaranteeing the food bank to get paid. However, if we give this money, if we give this 25, well,
Request for information.
what is your request?
Do you know that the food bank does not allow you to run a balance?
That's
They're
not true.
allowed-
That's
true.
not true.
I'm telling you, I met with them. They're not allowed to
Again,
run a
Ms.
balance.
Burns, I met with them as well. I
Nope.
appreciate your information. I definitely respect it, but unfortunately, I don't agree. So I had a meeting with the food bank. And so what we need to do to ensure, because again, this is where the food is coming from the food bank. So there's no need for us to do it in a roundabout way. If they're going to purchase food from the food bank, or let's say the truck from the food bank, not the food, because the food is free. If they're going to purchase the truck from the food bank, in pure transparency, just give the money to the food bank, so there will be no balances that they owe. They can just draw down. So every week they will draw down. There's no need to give them. There's no need to put the extra $25,000 in their coffers. It doesn't make sense. This way it ensures, again, that the food bank is paid and the money is hitting the target, which is preparing the trucks for the people.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Has the food not hit the target in the lines with the people before? I mean, because that seems to be a concern.
Ms. Burns, that is an appropriate use of a privileged
No, it's
motion.
appropriate.
But I will answer that. And so we want to make sure that the $25,000 in its entirety is going directly to St. Mark. And since St. Mark is purchasing their food bank truck, because that was the issue was they multiplied the value of the truck
Request
3
for
times.
information.
Go ahead, what's your request?
That's not the entire issue. I met with the entire board, not just Will Farakis. I met with Karina, the entire board. That's not the entire process. So you're not stating it correctly. We need to treat Asbury and St. Mark and Bethel, we did Bethel, the same.
I understand your request, but unfortunately, Asbury and Bethel did not have an outstanding balance with
Request
the
for
food bank.
information.
Yes.
St. Mark does not have a balance. So please
Ms.
stop
Burns,
reiterating that.
Ms.
Did
Burns,
you know that?
Ms. Burns, all I know is the documents that I have. Now, if you have anything contrary, I'll invite you to please share them with the body. But just like
Request for information.
last week, what is your request, Ms. Burns?
I just sidebar, and the attorney did here, and she's going to have a conference tomorrow. So it can be contingent on, did you know that? And they did state that there is no balance.
Again, they had a balance, and we want to make sure
Request for
that there is
information.
no balance.
Had or have. They do not have one currently today. And that is where I sidebarred with the city attorney, She has a conference call after
Ms.
she gets out of court. Did you
Ms.
know
Burns,
that?
you're continuing to use the privileged motion to take the floor, and that's in violation of our rules. This is my time. And so, as I continue to use my time, my point is, I want to make sure, again, that the money allocated for St. Mark, because we received the narrative last time that they tripled the price of the truck.
They did.
Okay? And we received a totally different narrative, and I didn't understand what was happening until I reached out. And when I reached out, they made it abundantly clear what's happening. So if they're going to purchase food from the food bank, why are we doing it roundabout? Why don't we just give the money as we planned directly to the food bank so they can continue to draw down the balance? So that's 25 deliveries with the truck. No questions. The money is going straight to the food bank. So we won't ever even have to have this, do they have a balanced deal? Because they won't. It won't be an opportunity because they have 25 deliveries for the food trucks. So.
Request for information.
What is your request?
My request is, it is not the same, and they will raise
That
the
is
price.
not a request. That's an improper. Ms. Burns, that's your warning.
Point of order.
That's your warning. I'm
Then
sorry.
I'll appeal the ruling
you
of
can't
the chair
keep using
since
the
you
privilege
wanna go
motion.
down this road.
That's fine. That's fine. Anyone gonna support that?
I'm gonna support her appeal.
That's fine. Go ahead, put 1 minute on the clock, and we're talking about the warning that you just received for violating privilege motions. Please proceed.
I shouldn't have received the warning, number one, but it is your intent and your bias that you can't get over yourself. This is about feeding the community. How can you, and it's in your ward, you've been in that line, that you are going to change, now y'all changing the narrative. Judy changing, just not you, Judy and Liddell, which people's word was given. One, it's not the same. You did not meet with that board. You're on my time.
Excuse me.
You on my time.
Ms. Burns, you're not germane to the warning.
I am. I'm talking to you. No, I said you were not. No, that was what we talked about.
Proceed.
You know, you just don't like, you're wrong. And when we talk about this, that board stated if the money goes to them and you thought you knew the answer, but you did not, it is going to be more per truck because how their agreement is with receiving money from the city. So you're wrong. I said at that board. Now they are in good standing.
Ms. Burns, you're not being germane. You're not being germane.
Food bank. How was
Ms.
that
Burns,
not
you're
germane?
out of order. You're not being germane
How is the
to the
food bank
motion
not
at hand.
germane?
The motion.
Can I have
the warning.
Point of order.
You are
Can I get
appealing
my
the
time?
warning.
Point of order. Can I get my time back because
No,
she keeps
no,
interrupting?
no, she may not.
You keep interrupting.
Point of order.
What's your point?
The allotment of 1 minute doesn't say that you have to stay germane to the warning. The rule does not state that at all.
That part.
So okay. All right. So as I proceed.
As you proceed, I still have time.
Go ahead. Give her 3 minutes. Go ahead.
So she sucked my time up like she's sucking the life out this council.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead and start. So the issue on the floor is not discussing St. Mark. It's discussing the warning and Mrs. Burns continuing to abuse privilege motions. A privilege motion are used for two things. Point of order, to talk about a rule that has been breached, or number two is to gain information from a request for information that you do not have. Ms. Burns continuously took the floor, not doing either of those things, so that's why she was brought to order. Has nothing to do with that conversation. So if you would like to support the ruling of the chair, vote no. If you would like to overturn the ruling of the chair, vote yes. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is absent. The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. The ruling of the chair has been overturned. So we are at, I was in the middle of speaking, so those are my 18 seconds? Okay, thank you. And so, as I continue to reference, I want to make sure that the entire body, that we have the same information and not hearsay. They had an issue with having a outstanding fine. Let's go ahead and make sure that we put parameters in place, because we are supposed to be the stewards of the city money. Thank you. All right, so we are in the second round. The second round.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I want to say that I misunderstood what the agreement was, which is why I protested. So I have no problem with them getting the money as the other organizations, because the balance has been paid. And then that was confirmed to me by another source before this meeting. And so as long as their balance remains paid, we shouldn't need to put it on their account. My understanding is also that they may have already received a payment, but it's an immaterial amount, so I'm not going to quibble over anything that isn't addressed in any of our previous resolutions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Priestley. Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
Talking with Councilwoman Burns, she is fine to amend to say contingent upon the clerk's conversation. Not the clerk, but the attorney's conversation and confirmation that they do not owe any money to the food bank. So I think that we should give her an opportunity to make the amendment that she wanted to make to her original motion. Okay. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that St. Mark be given the $25,000 directly, contingent upon confirmation from the city attorney that they have not already received any, or that they do not owe anything to the food bank.
Support.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor to give St. Mark $25,000 directly, contingent on they do not owe the food bank. Okay, so that is okay. All right, any discussion in the, any support?
I supported that, Madam Chair.
Any discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? All right, well, I'll go ahead and use my time in the second round. So it says contingent that they do not owe money to the food bank, and we're also talking about the money that they may have drawn down. So, all right, so they don't owe, and also money that they drew down. All right, because you said specifically 25. All right. So through you, city attorney, so that reflects that contingent on the money that they do not owe, contingent on money that they owe the food bank, if any, and contingent on the money that may have already been drawn down from their account.
That sounds correct. I think the intent of this resolution is that if there is any money that has been expensed from the $25,000, that be deducted from the new resolution.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So no one else in the second round. So this is for the motion. The second motion about it being contingent on them not owning the food bank. All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
And Dr. Lewis?
No.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
Motion to
And that
adjourn.
resolution passes. So motion to adjourn by the Councilman in the 8th Ward and supported by the Councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Yes. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution, the meeting now adjourned at 8:50.